back in the place to be. Hold on, y'all. Put a one in the chat if y'all can hear me as y'all come in. Y'all put a one in the chat if y'all can hear me and see me as y'all enter into the live. Put a one in the chat if you can hear me and see me. Uh, yeah, back in the place to be, man. Welcome to another episode here with True Media, the one and only, your host. Um, we want to talk about the Cabbage Patch Kids. It's been a long live that's very well, necessary and overdue. And I'm gonna get straight to the point. You feel what I'm saying on this one? So I'm gonna give the people about a minute or two to get on in because this topic is deep, and I know this is one of them topics that they will interrupt the live. They will stop the live for me saying certain things that I'm about to get ready to say. So I'm gonna try to make it quick, to the point, and it's as simple as possible. You feel what I'm saying? Because um, I've been posted talked about this in the past. I've been posted went live about this topic. But I think today, I just want to get it out. You feel what I'm saying? And so I know a lot of people been waiting for me to talk about this. It's a lot of people might have to watch it on the playback. I know I had the live scheduled for 3 o'clock today, Pacific time, but I wanted to start a little bit earlier. Due to the fact I got other things I got to get to uh, later on. So, but I want to, welcome everybody to another episode here on True Media. The topic, the subject is surrounding the Cabbage Patch Kids. Y'all put a one in the chat if y'all can hear me and see me. If you can hear me and see me, put a one in the chat. Put a one in the chat if you can hear me and see me. All right? Because I know we've been having some interruptions lately dealing with, the live chat. So I'm gonna give the people probably another minute or two to get on in because a lot of people probably didn't anticipate me going live again today. This is our second live today. We went live earlier, like 6 in the morning, and we did that live for like 3 hours talking about peace, and how valuable peace is. But this live, I want to talk about the Cabbage Patch Kids. I want to talk about incubators and all these things that surrounding the truths about certain people not having a direct tie to a particular lineage because they come from the lab or they was made in the lab. They was created in the lab. And so I know it's a lot of people that's been, waiting on me to talk about this topic. And so, I want to give the people a chance to get on in real quick. And so we can have this conversation together. All right. Let me see who in this thing split. Say yes, sir. I see you in this thing split. Love is rage. Say they. Um, Up T in this thing. Say peace and prosperity, King. I see you in this thing. Up T, peace and prosperity to you too. Aluya got the one. Okay, we got a few people in the building. I'm wondering where everybody else is at. If y'all can hear me, uh if anybody that's in here right now, just put a one in the chat if I know y'all can hear me and see me correctly, like y'all need to. Put a one in the chat so I know y'all can hear me and see. I know Aluya got the one, but I need a few more people to probably put a one in the chat if y'all can hear me and see me correctly. Just for the sake of the live and everything like that, to make sure we on point. Because I'm not seeing um let me see real quick. Let me see real quick. Hold up. Okay, let me go. Let me do this. Okay, let me go. So y'all put a one in the chat if y'all can hear me and see me. Everybody that's in here, put a one in the chat if you can hear me and see me. Okay, I see a couple people starting to come in. And I'm gonna try to answer questions before I get started with the topic. I'm gonna try to answer some questions. You know, that way I can kind of like get through the lesson. Let me see. Let me see. 7884 say, bro, what is that you're wearing on your head? It's a turban, bro. It's like a turban. You know, I used to wear them when I was younger and stuff like that. So it's like a turban, basically. You know, like a handcrafted turban. Okay, I'm starting to see people come on in. I'm starting to see people come on in. Okay, Michigan got the one. Sincerely in this thing got the one. And I know a lot of people been waiting on me to talk about this topic. It's a real sensitive topic, talking about, you know, people that was made in the lab and stuff like that, or kids or orphans, or, you know, the Cabbage Patch Kids, and how most people doesn't have a soul, or most people wasn't made, you know, the natural way of a man and of a woman. You see what I'm saying? And, you know, it's a very sensitive topic, and we want to just make sure we get the people a few more minutes before we really start diving deep off in it. Let me see. 7AA say, is it for religious purposes? Nah, I'm not religious. It's not for religious purposes. 7AA. That's not why I'm wearing this. It's not for no religion or nothing like that. It ain't got nothing to do with no religion. It ain't got nothing to do with me having no ties to no you know, forms of traditions or nothing like that. It's just based on me, you know, just wearing it based for, you know, just for style. Just for style, basically. For style. So it ain't got nothing to do with, you know, religion or nothing like that. 788. Yeah. Just to, you know, keep everything, you know, just for style, bro. You know what I mean? It ain't got nothing to do with me participating in no form of group or religion or nothing like that. Okay, people starting to come on in. I'm gonna give the people probably another minute or two before we start taking off with this lesson. Because I know a lot of people, a lot of different places right now. They didn't anticipate for me to go live in the middle of the day. And I always, you know, I should have told y'all earlier when we went live the first time that I might go live later. That way I could have, you know, everybody could have been ready and prepared for what we getting ready to talk about. This is Chad, say True Media. What's good with the family? Man, what's good with you, Chad? I see you in this thing, man, just chilling. You dig what I'm talking about? Enjoying the weather, you know, enjoying life. And, you know, just enjoying the peace, man. You feel what I'm saying? I appreciate you tuning in, man. Straight up. So, but I want to let y'all know this though. As the people come on in, a lot of people you see in life, most people you see in life doesn't have a soul. If you know anything about history, if you know anything about history, it tells you that over the span of time of history, we have dealt with a lot of resets in history. We dealt with a lot of changes, a lot of resets, a lot of different, you know, environmental changes. You feel what I'm saying? One of the changes that, as of recent memory, that we dealt with is clones. Scientists figured out a way to clone people and to grow people in certain labs. This is where you get the movie The Matrix from. This is where you get the movie Terminator. This is where you get movies like They Live. It's all telling you a story. This is where you get the movie Truman Show. It was a lot of orphan kids, and it'd be millions upon millions of orphan kids that go missing every year. A lot of these orphan kids was made in the lab, and that's where you get the name Cabbage Patch Kids from. Sincerely, that's a good one too. Sincere, you said clone Tyrone. They clone Tyrone. Sincerely, I've been hearing a lot about the movie They Clone Tyrone. Yeah, I heard a lot about that movie, that They Clone Tyrone. A lot with these movies, like They Clone Tyrone, The Matrix, Truman Show. It's a lot of truth in these movies. And we're gonna deal with the Cabbage Patch Kids, and we're gonna talk about clones. We're gonna talk about how everybody that look like they human ain't human. Everybody don't have a soul. Everybody wasn't born of a woman. Some people was born of incubators, of certain machines and labs. You see what I'm saying? It's a lot of orphan kids out here that you hear about that goes missing, or that you see in public that may be adopted, that never had no true family. A lot of people that's been adopted, a lot of kids that's been adopted, the reason why they never had no true family is because of most of them wasn't born of a woman. Do that make sense, y'all? Is y'all hearing me? Can y'all put a 1 in the chat if y'all hear me? Because I see a lot of people starting to come in. If y'all could put a 1 in the chat if you hear me and see me before I get ready to explain this a little bit better in greater detail. Y'all put a 1 in the chat for me. Okay, people starting to come in. I'm starting to get some traction. I'm starting to see a lot of people come in. So when we talk about orphans, or when we talk about the adoption rate, or when we talk about adoption, being adopted, a lot of those kids went through incubators to get here. They wasn't born of a woman or a man. And when you see certain people, this is why you run across certain people and it feel like they have a dark spirit, or they connected to it seems like they don't have no real human senses. It's because it's a lot of people out here that was born out of these machines that we call incubators, test tube babies. All right, and we're gonna get into the history of where a lot of this stuff came from, but I want to give y'all a little bit of a depiction of some of the things you see with people out here in real life. A lot of people out here that you run across, the reason why they don't have no manners, the reason why they very disrespectful, the reason why some people act strange or they very weird, is because a lot of people was born of certain machines or incubators. So they don't have a soul. They don't know how to be human. They don't know how to be civilized. Is because they don't have the capabilities to be civilized due to the DNA structure and how they was made and created. Once scientists figured out how to create humans, they start cloning people, and they start going through these machines that we call incubator to grow people from birth. So you got millions of people that's being in bondage, or that's been captured by a way of a machine or an incubator. They was born of a machine. And that's why in the movie The Matrix, if you pay attention to The Matrix, And when you seen Neo in the Matrix, uh, when you seen him in the real world, he used to be in the incubator machine tied to a machine. You know what I mean? If anybody's seen the first Matrix, you can see the part where Neo is in like a tube. In that tube, it's like he was tied to a machine. That's a description of how a lot of people was born. They was born by way of these incubator machines, like that movie The Matrix, when you seen Neo tied down and strapped down to that machine. That was a clear depiction or description showing people the truth, but a lot of people couldn't catch on to it. So you got a lot of orphan babies, or you got a lot of orphan kids who was born, with a disability, or, they was born under unnatural conditions. This is where we get the term Cabbage Patch Kids at, because the definition around it is kids that was born in the lab or born in the field. And you got real life kids that's orphans and real humans who grew up without parents, or who don't have no family, who never had a family, who don't have no connection or no ties to no kind of ancestral past. It's a lot of people out here who doesn't have no lineage that they can tie themselves to, because they was born of unnatural causes in an unnatural environment surrounding these different machines. You see what I'm talking about? And we gonna get off into the history of how and why the CIA or the government, why do they make babies and trying to grow babies out of these different machines? Why don't they just allow humans to procreate and do it the way that God told us to do it? And we're going to talk about it today on why the government clone people and why the government have different scientific methods to grow kids from machines. Why would people do some demonic shit like that? Why would you want to grow a child from a machine in an unnatural state? And then that child got to grow up one day and they going to probably ask who their parents is, or they going to ask who their family is. And you can't give them no answer. And this is where the Truman Show come in at. This is where adoption come in at. This is why, the adoption rate is very high. This is why they came up with the adoption system. So these different orphans or these different kids can have some kind of form of a connection to a family. And there was a lot of kids that was born through these incubator machines. And it was a lot of kids right now that's adults who have no true identity or connection to no kind of form of family through bloodline. This shit is deep. It's sad too. It's deep though. But we want to get into why they started doing this shit. Okay? So let me answer some questions, and I'm gonna see who all in here. And we gonna talk about the Cabbage Patch Kids, and we're gonna talk about this topic. It's very serious, it's very sensitive, and it's been a long topic I've been putting off. I've been posted, talked about in the past, but I felt like I think it's a good time to talk about it right now. Okay, based on the conditions of society and the direction that the world is headed in, I think today is a good day to talk about the Cabbage Patch Kids and how most people you see doesn't have a soul. They doesn't have no kind of soul ties to the divine. Okay, so let's get into it, and let me see who in here before we get into it real quick. Um, but I just wanted to give y'all a little description and a depiction of some things before I go on. Let me see real quick. Top in this thing say, have you heard of the legend of, now I haven't heard of him, Top. This is Chad say, True Media, my cousin. It's all love, Chad. You already know it's all love. We family. Lauren say, got the 100. Deborah say, peace, everyone. Migos, Migos say, repent, 5 billion will die 2027 in the US. That's a strong prophecy, Migo. Sincere say, they cloned Tyrone. Yeah, they cloned Tyrone was another movie of them showing us how it's a lot of people out here cloned and you don't even know it. They ain't even got no soul. And you wonder why people doesn't have the human instincts or techniques to carry themselves as a soulful being or a soulful person. Deborah say facts. Sincere say Tyrone. Yeah, I know what you was talking about, Sincere. They cloned Tyrone. I heard about that movie. Deborah say good movie. Platinum Owl say true life. Migo say 2026 the last normal year. Repent. Well, we've been out of the old world, Migo. We've been entered into the new earth. That's why a lot of people dying is because now we is on the new earth. We in the age of Aquarius. So normalcy been died. After 2020, normalcy was gone. After the year 2020, everything changed. Everything died. Now we own the new earth. And if you don't have a certain vibration or frequency on this new earth, you gonna die. You ain't gonna make it. Or you gonna get sick in some kind of way. And so we been past the old earth. We been past that point, Migo. But I appreciate you sharing that, though. Deborah say absolutely 100 correct. The Platinum Owl say, I just talked about this today. That's crazy. Yeah, well, we about to talk about it some more, Platinum. I appreciate you tuning back on in, brother. It's all love. Lauren got the 1. Split got the 1. Platinum got the 1. Everybody got the 1. Migo say repent and seek Jesus Christ. Tribulation is here. Sincere say, yes. Platinum say, the new world is coming true. Them old souls coming back. Yeah, you got to remember, Platinum, we already crossed over. We already crossed. We crossed already, Platinum. We in the new world. It's just a lot of people it's taking time for them to see that we already crossed. We entered a new world after 2012, but most people couldn't see it. They couldn't see it. That's why they told you that the world was going to end in 2012. I mean, in 2012. They told everybody the world was going to end. We've been crossed over to the new world. A lot of people just now seeing it, though. They just now feeling it. And then 2020 happened. After 2020, it was another reset. 2020 was a reset. All right. So after 2020, we crossed over into another frequency level. Some people call it the age of Aquarius, the age of knowing, or the age of seeing, or the age of the reveal of things being revealed to you. That's what happened after 2020. All right. But 2012 was the end of the old world. The old world is been over with. We've been crossed over. It's just that a lot of people is starting to wake up right now to see that something is off in the world. Something shifted. Something feel different. You see what I'm saying? And then when 2020 happened, we crossed over into another vibration. We crossed over into another plane. All right? This is why you seeing people die quicker. People die younger. You seeing people getting sick out the blue. You seeing people die at an alarming rate. People dying quicker nowadays. Time feel like it's speeding up nowadays. The weather don't seem like it's the same. It seems like it's uncertain nowadays. The reason why all this stuff is going on is because we crossed over into the new world. We not in the old world no more. All right. And so I just wanted to put that out there just to let y'all know that, yeah, man, it's time to get your energy right. You feel what I'm saying? Let me finish reading some more questions before I get back and dive back into the discussion or the topic about the incubators and about, you know, this topic we talking about today. Deborah say NPCs. That's true. Where you think NPCs come from, Deborah? Non-participant characters. Who is the non-participant characters? The people that was created by a machine, that was created in the lab. Those is the NPCs. They don't have no soul. And anytime you run across these people, you can almost feel that something ain't right with them. Something is strange about people nowadays. Something seems off about people nowadays. And the thing is everybody doesn't have a soul. That's the thing. If you guys do like if y'all do a fact check about what I'm telling y'all when I'm telling y'all about NPCs and I'm telling y'all about the Cabbage Patch Kids and how a lot of people was cloned or a lot of people was made in the lab and they was made by a machine. Go back to the 1800s. The 1800s was a very, very interesting time in history. The 1800s was very, very interesting. It's filled with a lot of phenomenons. The 1800s is filled with a lot of history. It's filled with a lot of events. It's filled with a lot of resets. It's filled with a lot of scientific methods. The 1800s was a time in history where humans began to come into a different level of advanced technology. You see what I'm saying? As humans began to elevate through technology through the 1800s, they began to find ways to prolong life and to come up with different methods to create life. And this is where you get a lot of orphans who was made, or a lot of people that was made in the lab. When we talk about the Cabbage Patch Kids, or when we talk about people that wasn't born of a woman, we got to understand the seriousness behind why a lot of people in today's world have a lot of behavior issues. One of the reasons a lot of people have a lot of behavior issues in the society is because they doesn't have a soul. They don't have a soul. Another reason why a lot of people have a lot of behavior issues in this society is because they empty vessels. They wasn't born a natural way. They was born an unnatural way by a way of a machine. And so Hitler, if you guys know anything about the Soviet Union, and now I'm about to start teaching. All right. The live just started just now when I said Hitler. Now I'm about to start teaching. I want y'all to listen to me. Pop your popcorn, take notes, really listen to what True about to get ready to say over the next few minutes. Listen. When we say everybody ain't human, we really want to understand what we mean when we say everybody don't have a soul and everybody ain't human. Let me tell you what I mean. During World War I, you had a lot of people, or I'm gonna go back before World War I. I'm gonna go back the Revolutionary War. The Revolutionary War, a lot of people died. A lot of real people died. Humans died in blood, cold blood. You know what I mean? And in a lot of different wars that happened throughout history, you know, a lot of innocent people got killed in these wars. So headed up to the first war, a lot of world governments knew or had the technology to create hybrid humans to go to war for them. And I'm gonna get to Hitler in a minute. During the 1700s and the 1800s, or the late 1700s, early 1800s, a lot of wars throughout history caused a lot of resets due to the loss of life. So a lot of world leaders and governments was trying to come up with the technology, or trying to come up with the knowledge to find hybrid humans to go to war for them. Okay? As the 1800s progressed, human civilization began to rise in technology. That's where you get Albert Einstein, you get Nikola Tesla, you get all these different scientific researchers and you know, all these gurus who paved the way of technology, or you know, energy and things like that. So the 1800s was a very unique place and time in history when it comes to the advancement of civilization. Before I get back into Hitler, and it's all gonna make sense, but I gotta give y'all this story. In the 1800s, 19th century, or the 18th century, it was a lot of resets. It was a lot of great resets going on. It was a lot of technical, logical advances that humanity was making in the world. You know, we had a lot of different adventures that came from the 1800s. You see what I'm saying? And before. But a lot of, you know, of the things we can begin to put into words, and how to form our own ways of technology, scientists start mastering certain things in the 1800s to where it created a lot of resets. So let me put that out there so it can tie into how they came up with the concept of cloning people, or they came up with the concept of figuring out a way to make people. Okay? In the early stages of the 1800s or the late 1700s, scientists wanted to figure out how to create hybrids of every species, every race, every form of life. They started off with food. They started off with things like fruits and vegetables. They figured out a way to tap into genetic code of fruits. And that's where we get GMOs. They figured out how to speed up the process to make more fruits for the slaves and vegetables and things like that. So they came up with a lot of hybrid foods like carrots and potatoes and, you know, all these hybrid foods that was made for the slaves. Yams, you know, these is all hybrid foods. The reason why certain scientists wanted to come up with different methods to create or to speed up the process when it comes to the creation of food in the early stages of GMOs is because they wanted to make sure that they can feed the slaves or keep their stock, you know, they livestock fed properly. Okay, so this is where you get GMOs. This is the early stages of GMOs. All right, this is real history right here. All right. So after they mastered the ability to clone fruit and vegetables and come up with forms of hybrid fruits and vegetables, they began to mix DNA or tap into the genetic code of the structure of DNA and how it produces life. After they mastered the ability to clone fruit, they went to the animals. They started doing it with lab rats, figuring out ways to clone lab rats, figuring out ways and studying the movement of rats and monkeys and studying them from a genetic perspective. It got to the point to where they learned how to clone rats. They learned how to clone monkeys. So a few of the scientists got together and they said, if we came up with the ability or the knowledge or the technical research to you know, clone fruits, rats, and animals, let's try to clone humans, or let's try to create a way to where we can make humans. Y'all put a 1 in the chat before I continue. I want everybody to put a 1 in the chat before I continue. Throughout slavery, and I'm going to give y'all some history because I'm a historian with this shit. Throughout slavery, you had many rebellions. A rebellion is somebody fighting against the system. So you had a lot of slaves that didn't want to be slaves. They didn't want to be mistreated. So all throughout history, you have these slave rebellion processes that took place over the span of history throughout slavery, where slaves was fighting back for their freedom and their liberty. As the slaves was rebelling against their masters, you had certain slave owners and slave masters trying to figure out different methods to come up with a species or a hybrid human who they can oppress or who can work for them on the behalf of them replacing real humans or livestock. Okay? They knew it was going to get to the point to where they couldn't keep sending humans to war. Humans was going to wake up one day. They knew this shit way back then. So you had a lot of slave masters and a lot of slave owners. They got with the scientists of those times, and they said the slaves is angry. They keep rebelling against the system. So you had a lot of slave masters who was rich, paying the scientists to, try to come up with a way to create hybrid humans. All right. First, what they start doing is they start mixing human DNA with animal DNA. But they seen that didn't work. It didn't work. It didn't work right. The properties between a human being doesn't share the same properties of an animal DNA. We have two different genetic codes and makeups or chromosomes. We don't have the same form of chromosomes, right? So they you know, early scientists was trying to come up with a hybrid species of a human. Now, when I say that it didn't work, take that with a grain of salt, because in that same breath, they got something out of trying to clone, or they got something out of trying to mix human DNA with animal DNA. Now, they had certain animalistic like forms of life that came from that shit that was unpresentable, or it was uncontrollable. They couldn't control it because you have an animalistic kind of personality of a human that didn't have no consciousness. This is the early stages of cloning. They did it with a lot of cross phases of DNA. When it comes to human and animal DNA, they try to cross it. It didn't work. It didn't work. So they said, okay, we can't grow, we can't go with, keep sending humans to war for us. It's just not gonna work. We gotta figure something out. And the slave masters was also in those times saying we can't keep, enslaving real people. We gotta come up with a way to create a species who we can control and manipulate, who doesn't have the proper consciousness, or who doesn't have a soul to understand the oppression or what they is under. This is where they came up with the Cabbage Patch Kids. And they came up with the technological resources to pull life from the sperm of a man. Is y'all listening to me right motherfucking now? Is y'all listening to me right motherfucking now? Because I'm about to get real with this shit. Real with this shit. About what the fuck is going on in this world. And the demonic shit these people been doing. They replaced the female egg. Do y'all hear the words that's coming out of my mouth? They replaced the female egg with a machine, an incubator. And if anybody know The Matrix, the movie The Matrix with Neo, you can see in that movie, Neo was really born of a machine. If you really go back and look at that movie, The Matrix, you can see that Neo was in a tube. That tube is an incubator machine. That's why they say test tube babies. They came up with the name test tube babies, because these is babies that was made by a way of a tube, or born of a tube, but not of a tube of a woman. See, a woman have a tube where the babies sit in, and surrounding that tube is the placenta of a woman. The placenta is the walls that protects the the baby inside of these tubes. All right. The sad thing that happened was when they found out that they can replace the female egg with a certain machine to grow people from, everything changed. They figured out a way to pull a sperm from a man and grow people in the lab. This is why you see a lot of people, this is why you see a lot of people have behavior issues. A lot of people act very weird and very strange. All right. Some of these people, and I'm going to go back to the point before I get to Hitler. Some of these people that was made in the lab also had been injected with animal DNA. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. God forgive these people, for they know not what they do. Lord have mercy. These people figure out a way to implement the animal DNA into the makeup of these different forms of life. These hybrid humans. That's why a lot of people act animalistic. They act like animals. They smell like animals. They love to eat like animals. It's because a lot of people have the DNA of an animal. But it's a certain way that they do it with the chromosomes. They figured out a way to implement a little bit of the animal DNA in each one of these different beings that we call the Cabbage Patch Kids. They doing it right now today. But let me get back to the war. Up into the first war with the Soviet Union and America, it was a lot of subliminals being led up to that war. They knew that we was going to go through a world war. They knew it. The world leaders knew it. All right. So Hitler was one of the trailblazers that got with a gang of scientists to figure out a way to create more humans to participate in the Soviet Union. All right. Hitler knew that you can't speed up the life process. You only can work with the humans that's being born at the rate that they being born at, because a woman have a baby every 9 months. It takes a woman almost a year to have a baby. So Hitler knew in order to have enough soldiers to fight in the war, they have to figure out a way to speed up the birth process. This is where cloning came into effect. A, a woman can only have but so many babies at one time. Hitler knew. Hitler knew this. You can't like as a man. So let me give y'all something y'all already know. Hitler knew that as a man, yeah, we can impregnate 100 different women in a week. We can impregnate 100 different women in a week. But Hitler knew that that still is not going to speed up the birth process of a woman, because biologically a woman she have to go through the stages of carrying the child before it's born. So you can't speed up that process. It's a system that's designed, to carry, for a particular amount of time. You can't speed up the process of people being born. So they had to figure out another way to speed up the birth rate and to speed up the process to create more people to go to war for them. Okay? Hitler was one of the trailblazers when it came to cloning and when it came to them producing a particular amount of life at one time. The shit was scary. How many people was being born in a small period of time. Okay? And so during the first war, a lot of people died during that first war. A lot of humans died. And you can't replace, you can't replace the death of millions of people that's died in the war. You can't replace that overnight. So they had to figure out a way during the Second World War to increase the level of soldiers to go to war, or a level of life, and they had to figure it out fast. That's when they started the cloning process. But in that entire process, and so let me just give y'all a little bit of a breakdown real quick. A lot of people that you see that go to war nowadays, they not real people. They not real people. That's why they don't do the draft no more. They don't draft people into the war no more, because they got enough hybrid humans to go to war for them. So when y'all see China and y'all see Russia and y'all see America and Canada, y'all see them with all these men, all these soldiers. These men was produced in the lab. That's why they very historical. They always ready to kill each other, or they always ready to kill somebody, or they always quick to blow somebody up or blow something up. Even, different cultures in the Middle East figure out, they also different cultures in the Middle East, like Iran or Iraq, they figured out a way to come up with this hybrid species. And that's why you see a lot of people that's from Iraq, they'll scrap a bomb to themselves and just blow themselves up. They don't give a damn about life or death. It's because they was born of a machine. They was programmed to be destructive for war purposes. All right? So let me get back to Hitler. So Hitler understood, in order for him to win the war, he need to produce amount of soldiers in a real short period of time. All right? Okay? But in due process, it was a lot of orphans being born also. Um it was a lot of different versions of um um different humans being created in these labs. Some people was coming out disabled, some people was coming out um uh uh um what's the word? What's the word? I don't want to say distorted. Some people was coming out, they was coming out unnatural. I'm gonna just say it like that. Unnatural. Into the word pop up in my head. Um a lot of people was coming out of an orphan like type of person. Uh these is the effects and the causes from this process of cloning and the process of laboratory created humans. It fucked up a lot out here in the real world. Um Distorted. That's the word I was looking for. A lot of humans was coming out distorted. Okay? They was coming out uh 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 um um looking distorted, not human like. Okay? Um so when you talk about, and I'm a dive back down to the Cabbage Patch Kids, when you talk about why people out here today in this modern era, why a lot of people act the way they do, is because a lot of people doesn't have a soul. They wasn't born of a woman. They didn't have a natural birth process. They was born of a machine, in the lab. All right. A lot of people have this animalistic personality because they was made with certain animal DNA. Okay? That's why a lot of people love eating meat. They love red meat. They love uh uh um you know, they behave as of an animal. You feel what I'm saying? Like, because they have or they share the same properties of these different animals. Okay? So most people you see in this world wasn't born of a natural birth. In fact, I'm gonna go as far as putting it to you like this too, from a history perspective. If you look at, if you look at, if you look at, so you got this period, right? It's this chart that shows you, or it give you an estimate of how many people was on the planet. In the 1600s, it was an estimated of around 1 billion people on the earth, or 800 million people on the earth in the 1600s. And we about to go through the calendar, or we about to go through the estimation of the increase of life. All right, so let me do that real quick. In the 1600s, it was an estimate of around 800 million people on the earth. By the late 1700, by the late 1700s, it was an estimation of around 2 billion people on the earth. All right. And then well into the 1800s, the number went up drastically. And the number jumped from 2 billion to around 5 billion people on the earth. Y'all put a 1 in the chat if y'all can hear me. Okay, we good. We good. My bad, y'all. My bad. My bad. Y'all know every time we get to speaking the real, they be trying to shut us off. They be trying to shut us down, man. They just do it. They just try to shut us down. I'm gonna pick back up where I left off. I think I was talking about it's still lagging. Okay, Divine said it's still lagging. Can y'all hear me and see me? Can y'all hear me and see me? Because the Divine said it's still lagging. Okay, Mello said he can hear. Mello said it's good. Okay, King said he good. We good. King said we good. Mello said we good. Jason said we good. Okay, we good. Everybody saying we good. Okay, we good. My bad, y'all. You know they always cut us off when I'm in the middle of making a point. Where was I at? Okay, I was talking about the chart. I was talking about the chart. I was talking about the chart of the rate of humans. You see what I'm saying? Or I was talking about the chart of, the estimation of how many people was on the earth. Okay, that's what I was talking about. That's what I was talking about. I was talking about the estimate, the chart that tells you the estimate of how many people was on the earth at a particular time. Let me repeat myself, and I'm gonna have to repeat myself real quick. In the 1600s, after the transatlantic slave trade in the 1600s, the estimate amount of life on the planet was around 800 million or 900 million. As the 1700s or the mid 1700s, it was an estimate around 2 billion people. 2 billion people, right? From the mid 1700s to the late 1800s, it was an estimate of around 4 billion people on the earth. So stop right there. Stop. Stop and pause for a minute. Stop and pause for a minute. Over the time span of 100 years, from the 1700s to the mid 1800s, the population of the earth grew to around 4 billion people. Where did all them people come from? Where did all them people come from? Ask yourself that. How over the span of a century, 3 billion people came out of nowhere? Where did those people come from? So let's move past the 1800s. Let's move past the 1800s. I'm just trying to get y'all to think. The 1800s gone. Now we enter the 1900s. World War I, World War II, Civil Rights Movement, slavery. From the mid 1800s to the Second World War, it was an estimate of about 6 billion people on the earth. Or 5 billion people, almost 6 billion people. Fast forward from the Second War, which was in what, the 1950s, the 1960s. Let's fast forward to right now, 2026. It's an estimate of 9 billion people on the earth. So just during the Second War in the 1940s, it was only around, 5 billion people just during the 1940s, the 1950s. It ain't even been 100 years. It ain't even been a full century. Where did 3.5 billion people come from? So from the 1940s, the Second War, right? Or the 1950s, early 1960s, you had an estimate of around 5 to 6 billion people. 5 billion. Not even 100 years later, sitting here in 2026, it's an estimate of almost, if not 9 billion people on the earth. Where's all these billions of people coming from? They coming from the lab. They coming from these machines. They coming from these incubators. They coming from the government. They coming from the CIA. They coming from underground laboratories where they being made. I don't think y'all understand how serious this shit is. Man. Man. We got a lot of people that's running around here who's been adopted. Please listen to me, y'all, when I say this. Please, if y'all didn't hear me, nothing else, please hear what I'm getting ready to say. Please. We got a lot of people, billions of people, who was lied to about who their parents is. Some people think their parents is the people that raised them. You got billions of people who's been adopted into families that they really not even blood related to. You got a lot of people thinking that they mama and daddy is they mama and daddy, but really that ain't they real mama and daddy. You got a lot of people that was told who they mama and daddy is, but that really ain't they true parents. That's they adopted parents. This is why some people doesn't have a good relationship with their family, is because it's not your real family. Let that sink in for a minute. These Cabbage Patch kids, these test tube babies, they was brainwashed to think that they mother and father is their real biological parents. But they don't even know that they wasn't even born of a natural birth. This shit's sad, bruh. This shit is very, very sad. It's evil, it's wicked, it's fucked up, it's demonic. It's all the above when it comes to low vibrational works. This shit is sad. During the process of them cloning people back in the early stages of the 1800s, it was so many babies being born, they didn't know what to do with them. Y'all can go back and fact check this. Y'all can go back and look it up for yourself. Y'all can go back and research it. If you think True Media or Brother True is not telling the truth, go back and look it up. It was so many babies being born at a short period of time to where they was giving out babies. They was just giving them out. They was trying to find people who can raise these different babies. It was so many babies being made. It ain't even funny. It was millions being made in a short period of time. Millions. These Cabbage Patch Kids grew up with a false identity and grew up with no connection to a lineage, no connection to having family that was related to them through blood. Most people history starts in the 1800s. That's where most people that's living today, that's as farthest back they can go. That's as farthest back they ancestral ties go. It's to the 1800s. So, you know, a lot of people, they don't have a strong lineage. They lineage go back to the 1800s and it stops there. It don't go no further. It stops at the 1800s. The reason why most people can't trace they ancestral, or they have no form of trace of an ancestral connection before the 1800s is because most people lineage started in the 1800s. They can't go no further back. All right? So when we talk about ancestors, or we talk about bloodline, and we talk about lineage, we talk about history, most people don't have a lineage because they came from a machine. They came from a tube in the lab. That's where they was born at. That's where they was made at. So when you think about war, or when you think about people that act animalistic, or people that act contrary to having a soul, these is the NPCs that was made in the lab. And everybody on this live have ran across these people and didn't even know it. Some of us know it, but some of us don't. Some of us don't. This is why you see people do some of the most demonic, deceptive, evil shit in the world. It's because they don't have that spark of soul in them to keep them from going to certain depths of doing certain evil things. That's why when I talk about love, people always say, Brother True, why you always talking about love so much? That's because the God in me that I'm connected to operates off of love. But everybody not like me. Everybody not like y'all that's on this live. You have people out here that's empty vessels. They don't have a soul. They don't have no ancestral background, and they don't have a lineage. It's people out here that don't even have parents. Think about how sad and demonic this shit is. So, when you hear about people going to war, most of them people ain't real people. They hybrids. They lab-made test tube babies. So, when you see Russia, China, North Korea, Israel, America, Canada, Mexico. When you see these world leaders that have all these soldiers united together, ready to go to war, them not real people you looking at. Them not real people you looking at. Them clones. Them test tube babies. They lab made human beings. They hybrids. All right? This is why you got people that'll kill at a drop of the dime. They don't care if you right. They don't care if you wrong. They'll still kill you. And they won't think nothing of it. These people that go to war, blow up other people, kill other people at great will is the test tube babies. They the NPCs. They the clones. It's so sick to the point to where not only these people participate in the war, but they also is your next door neighbor. You also go to school with them. You also go to church with them. And it might be a strong possibility that you is one of them. So, when we talk about the sons and daughters of God, of the Most High, shout out to the Most High, all praises. The Most High, the chosen ones of the earth, the sons and daughters of God, we activated. We think beyond this world. We think outside of this reality. It's because we come from the divine. We got the divine spark. We got the divine light. And we the 1% of the earth. We the 100,000. Because you got to remember, ladies and gentlemen, it was a period in time where if they knew you had the God consciousness or if they knew you had the Christ consciousness, they was going to kill you. So when we talk about the chosen ones, who is the chosen ones? People always using the word chosen. Who is the chosen ones of the earth? Who is these people? Where did these people come from? What we feel about these people? The chosen ones is the people that have the divine spark. Those the chosen ones. It's us of those that have the divine spark. All right? I'm going to say this and then I'm going to start answering questions. I'm going to get back into the chat and I'm going to see what everybody else talking about. This been deep. It's been real deep. I can really feel my vibration is hitting the internet right now with what I'm saying. I can feel it. It's really, it's deep. I can just feel the connection of the words that's coming out of my mouth is resonating with a lot of people. Let me say this before I start answering questions and get into the chat. The reason why people was being prosecuted in the medieval times, the reason why people was, it still is being prosecuted right now up until this day, is because these oligarchs or these demons, they don't accept the sons and daughters of God. So they go out their way to prosecute us and kill us, so humanity never rise. This is why certain civil wars went on or revolutionary wars took place. This is why a lot of, executions went on in the past. Those who had the divine spark was said to be put to death. Whoever carried a Christ consciousness was said to be put to death. Whoever had the divine spark was said to be put to death. All right? They still doing it right now to this day. That's why on the internet, you're not able to say certain things, or they'll ban you, or they'll block you, or they'll demonetize you, or they'll try to get rid of your channel, or try to somehow get rid of you, because it's still enough sons and daughters on the planet Earth to change the narrative and to shift the spirit or the culture of the people to be able to rise in frequency. And this is why they have a lot of anti-Semitic or they have a lot of things to where they got in place where you can't speak on certain things, because they know we still exist. It's not a lot of us. It's not a lot of us, but they know we still exist. What they trying to do is, and this is why they reset the world a lot of times in the past. We always go through a great reset period. The reason why they love to do these resets is because they try to get rid of the chosen sons and daughters of God off the earth, and they try to form a different narrative about society and about their agenda and how they want to control people. This is why they always do a reset. They just did one in 2020. 2020 was another reset. All right. And they do them all the time, whether you paying attention, whether it's drastic or whether it's on a smaller level. They always do these resets to see who is who. Another reason why they do these resets is because they want to see how much power and control they have over the masses. So they'll do these resets where, they test or they examine the people or the masses or the world, and they'll throw out certain shit like the Epstein files, or they'll throw out certain shit like 2020, the C-19, or they'll throw out certain shit like right now, the war between America and Iran. They do shit like this to see how much power and control they have over the masses. They study the masses and they figure out who still have the divine spark. Out of all these billions of people, who do we really need to pay attention to? Because the world government is not concerned about the masses. The world government is not concerned about billions of people. The world government is concerned about the sons and daughters of God. That's who they at war with, us. They don't give a fuck about all these other people. All these other billions of people is just NPCs. That's all they is. The government is worried about the sons and daughters of God. That's who they at war with. All right? When they do these resets or they do these tests, they'll put out a subject, they'll put out a certain story, and they sit back and they see how many people gonna talk about it and who gonna run with it. This how they keep record of who is the chosen and who is not the chosen. They know that the chosen sons and daughters of God, we don't fall for anything. We don't fall for any story. We're not quick to talk about anything. So they study us. They study us to figure us out. The reason why they try to study the sons and daughters, the real chosen, the reason why they try to study us to have the divine spark, because they try to figure out ways to attack us or to get rid of us. They not worried about the masses. They know the masses, they already got them. Them people is asleep. They fear is the sons and daughters of God implementing a level of information and wisdom into the world to then begin to raise up humanity in vibration. They scared of that shit. So they don't want us speaking about certain things on the internet. They don't want us speaking about certain things with certain people. This is why they do a extreme hell of a job when it comes to them trying to brainwash or put out particular news to program people, because they want to keep us confused and divided. This is where religion came in at. Religion is another thing that they came up with to divide the people. So we won't get together in harmony and elevate our frequency and elevate humanity. So they always come up with these different ways and tactics to divide and conquer the masses, or to divide and conquer people from integrating with the sons and daughters of God. The people that's at war is the sons and daughters of God. We the ones at war. We at war with everybody. We at war with the devil, these demons. We at war with the people, the masses. We at war with the government. And the sons and daughters of God is also at war with some of the draconians, the reptilians. Because the sons and daughters of God, we have the power to change all this shit, because we have the spirit of the living God. We have the spark. So we got the power to shift the world. This is where you get Superman, Batman, Aquaman, the Incredible Hulk. This is where you get the Marvels. This is where you get the Super Saiyan, Supersonic, Dragon Ball Zs. The sons and daughters of God is like these superhumans. We have the power to change all this shit. We is the threat to these people agenda. All right? So I'm just giving y'all, some form of what we up against. We up against everybody. Our backs is against the wall. And it ain't that many of us on this earth. It ain't. It ain't billions of sons and daughters. It ain't that many of us on this earth. Out of 9 billion people, the estimate amount of people that's on this earth, it's probably only a 1% of people that have the divine spark out of all these billions of people. We the ones that understand telepathy. We the ones that get downloads and synchronicities. We the ones that can understand cosmic law and universal law. We the ones that we can understand astral projection. We the ones that understand lucid dreaming. We the ones that's connected to the divine. We can interpret other people's dreams. We can see things before it happened. We can prophesize events before it even take place. This is the divine sons and daughters of God. We have superpowers. All right? We is the ones they trying to get rid of. Okay? So I just wanted to say that before I get back into the questions in the live and stuff like that there. All right. But let me see who in this thing, and let me answer some questions and dive off in it. And I'm gonna skip down because I'm gonna try to keep up. I'm gonna skip down a little bit, just a little bit, not that much, because I'm gonna try to keep up. Let me see. It's a lot of people in here. I appreciate everybody being in attendance. And I'm gonna skip down after the last interruption. So Mercedes say, yeah, you on the roll. Danielle say, okay, Danielle, that was after the we got interrupted. Let me go down. 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 Let me see. I'm gonna say gifted. Gifted say labs. Deborah say damn. Say this all the time. Where all these people come from? I'm gonna say Carly. Your message to us is so transparent and true. I have to keep on praying. Yeah, I appreciate that. Carly. It's all love. Or Carlette. I think it's Carlette. I appreciate you tuning in. Lawden say the pandemics, epidemics, breaking out in the 1900s too. Yeah, you had the Spanish flu, the bird flu. All these things was resets. You had Ebola. A lot of y'all remember Ebola, the Ebola epidemic. You had you had the AIDS epidemic also. So it was a lot of different epidemics throughout history. King James 8 billion. Maya say how about the garbage pail kids? They have those too. You got to expound on that a little bit. Lawden say 1930s into the 1940s, World War II. Yeah. Lawden say basically our grandparents' days. Yeah. Gifted say with shorter lifespans, they figured out a way to clone everything, even humans. Lauren Taylor, okay, Lauren. Kendra say it's too many people on this planet. It's never enough people on the planet. The thing is, The reason why I feel like it's too many people on the planet is because most people live in close proximity. Most people live in close proximity, so it make it seem like it's too many people on the planet. The world is bigger than they told you. The world is massive. Massive. So it'll never be too many people on the planet. But the thing is that they made it to where we bunched up. We all close by each other. The reason why they bunch us up together is because they don't want us they study us. They examine us. And the best way for them to examine us and study us is we all got to be in close proximity of each other. You know what I mean? So they'll examine a certain group of people by food, putting certain food in certain grocery stores to see how many people gonna get sick from these different lab-made foods or GMO foods or artificial foods. That's why they keep everybody in close proximity, so they can do practices on the masses. All right, but 9 billion people ain't shit compared to the world. The world is humongous. It's bigger than they told you. All right. King James say it's crazy. Jason say people don't even understand what you're talking about. Yeah, bruh. Jason say preach. Jason, bro, I left a lot of people in 2026. I'm in year 5,026. I'm in the future with this shit, bro. I already died, bro. I'm gone, bro. I've been died. I've been gone. You talking to a spirit. You talking to somebody already came and went. See what I'm saying? I'll make another live about what I mean about that later. About how true media ain't even here. Already died. I'm gone. A lot of people like, bro, but you looking at us. No, I'm not. I'm already gone. Already ascended back up into the heaven realm. You just looking at a vessel that was here, that's put here in this particular time to give you this information, to prepare you for the death process or the afterlife process. I'm going to make another live about that later because I'll blow some people's minds and they'll be like, dog, what is you talking about? All right. Vibration say we understand how serious this is. Look at the world. It's your boy. You got restricted. Deborah say I overstand clearly. Mello say we understand. That's why we here. Gifted say sleeper cells. Yep. King James say there ain't no vomiting. Kendra say I just said that it was too many people on this planet. Jason say it's okay, broski. They programmed. Dark Matter say I think you said Angie. I think that's what not gonna lie. I think that's what that stand for. King James say they trying to blend in, fam. They not like us. We can tell the difference between them and us. We can tell the difference between the so-called chosen and the real chosen sons and daughters of God. We can tell the difference. You can't fool us. Because we go off of energy. We can feel your energy. We go off of vibration. We can feel your vibration. So we can tell that it's billions of people that's NPCs. They capping. And they acting like they us, but they not us. But they trying to fit in, though. Quinasia say that again. Lady T say, I left my so-called family 21 years ago. Jason Moore say, yes, indeed, brother. Quinasia say, I've been saying that for a few years now. Deborah say, that's why parents and kids have no connection with their family members. It's deep. This shit's sad and it's scary and it's real. Jason say the internet kids. Lady T say real sad. Let me see. Deborah say they was paid to raise that child diabolical for real. Yup. 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 Quinasia say hella sad. That's why I want y'all to always do a background check of your family and where you come from. All right? Do that shit. The reason why I always tell people, find out who your grandma was, who your great-great-grandma was, who your grandfather was. Find out who these people was. You see what I'm saying? Find out what they did, what they was into. Because a lot of people is being raised by a family that they not even biologically related to. Ain't that sad? A lot of people is being raised by a family they not even biologically related to. Gifted say, I kept telling my family for years what happened to all the test tube babies. It's like people have forgotten. Yup, they still here. And they here in large numbers. Large numbers. Large numbers. King James say, hell no. Moon say, the orphan trains. The orphan trains. Y'all know. The old men. I see somebody put the old men 666. I love y'all, man. This is why I love True Media. Shit. My people ain't stupid. We know this shit. You can't fool us with this dumb shit. Or I ain't gonna say dumb shit, but you can't fool us with this information. We know this shit. That's why I love y'all, man, because y'all see this shit. Y'all ain't the only one. You see what I'm talking about? And the sad part about it is, bruh, you will be surprised with how many people you go to work, you work alongside of every day at your job that don't even have a soul. Don't have no form of ancestral background or don't have no ties to no lineage. You'll be surprised. This is another reason why they broke up our tribes. Another reason why they broke up the tribes, because we was always tribal. Another reason why they broke up our tribes and try to kill off our tribes is because they wanted to create a hybrid species of people who had a different identity, who wasn't connected to these different tribes that we come from. Now we starting to remember, a lot of us starting to remember where we come from, who we are. They knew it was going to come a time where we was going to wake up and figure this shit out. That's what they've been terrified of this whole time, of us taking back our power and waking up out of being programmed and out of that deep sleep. What happened was, let me skip down real quick for this one. What happened was a lot of celestial beings, a lot of angels start giving us downloads. This is what's happening right now. You can't erase God. You can try, but you can't erase God. You can't erase the sons and daughters of God. You can try, but you can't erase us. So what's happening right now, you have angels working on our behalf that's giving us downloads and that's waking up to the truth and that's waking up to our true identity. So God have different spiritual beings, different celestial beings that's waking the people up with certain information and having certain synchronicities that's been hidden. Hold up, real. Vibration. You said, can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear? Y'all put a 1 in the chat if y'all can hear me. Y'all put a 1 in the chat if y'all can hear me. Okay, we good. Vibrations. You got to check your Okay. Okay, vibration said they can't hear. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Because somebody said they can't hear me. I need to know if y'all can hear me. Okay, YW said he can hear me. Vibrations. It might be your channel or your phone or something. You got to fix your connection. Because everybody's saying that they can hear me good. Yeah, everybody's saying they can hear me real good. So you got to fix your connection over there, vibration. All right, but let me get back down to the chat and finish. Damn, let me try to cut that off too. And damn, it got hot as soon as I did that. Let me cut that back on. Shit, hell no. Shit. Okay. Let me see. Deborah say super diabolical. Quinasia say heavy on millions. Vibrations. Okay, vibrations. Hope everything is working on your end. Mello say makes sense. They inherited lies from their father. This is why a lot of people believe in religion and they never question it. A lot of people that believe in religion, they think they chosen by God, but they not. The real sons and daughters of God, we don't operate throughout religion and shit like that. Because we know we have the divine spark. We not tied to no group or no occult. We not tied down to no titles. No titles. Because we know the truth. But a lot of people that's religious, they go along with this scripture or they go along with these methods of what they think is truth. Because a lot of those people doesn't have the divine spark. They mean well. They mean well, no doubt. But a lot of those people doesn't have the divine spark. So they got to associate themselves with something that they can believe in. Do that make sense? All right. And this is not saying anything bad or wrong with religious people. This is saying that the reason why they don't have the capability to think outside of the box is because a lot of those people doesn't have the divine spark. All right. And the sad part about it, it's not just white people. It's black people too, who doesn't have the divine spark. It's not just black people. It's Indian people too, who doesn't have the divine spark. It's not just Indian people. It's Mexican people too, who doesn't have the divine spark. It's not just Mexican people. It's African people too, who doesn't have the divine spark. So this ain't got nothing to do with race, culture. When I tell you that it's a minority, a few of the sons and daughters of God that have this sacred knowledge, I mean just that. It's only a few of us. It's not that many of us. You see what I'm saying? And this is why most people, they can't think outside of the guidelines of what they was taught or programmed to believe. That's why a lot of people can't think outside of the guidelines of what they was taught or what they was programmed to believe. They don't have the divine spark. See what I'm saying? Let me see real quick. Let me go back. It's a lot of people in here. I appreciate everybody being in attendance. It's been a good live. It's been deep. It's been informative. It's been full of wisdom, light, positivity, and love. And I appreciate everybody being on schedule and tuning in and bringing that good energy and participating in this discussion pertaining to this subject and this topic. I appreciate y'all. Let me get back. Okay. Jason say they programmed. Okay, I'm down here. Okay, I'm down here. Deborah say, do they know they lab babies? No, they don't. They think they came from a regular family. They don't know they lab babies. That's the sad part about it. Because they don't even know. It's sad, bruh. Blaze say, the world needs more love for real. Quinasia say, Blaze. Quinasia say, put your thinking caps on, guys. Universal say, but go ahead. Deborah say, love conquer all. We on the same page, True Media. Love be evil. Anyway, just love one another. I love the way you said that, Deborah. That's facts. Universal say exactly. Quinasia say, crashdummies.com. Mike say, those effing things scared me in the 80s. Yeah, bro. It's just crazy, bro. Quinasia say scary. Blaze say, I believe it, LOL. Quinasia say, I was thinking that. Deborah say, preach teaching. Universal say, okay, I hear you, Universal. You got to expound on that, though, Universal. Deborah say, always. Universal say, exactly. Universal say, we are. Go ahead. Mello say, they not like us. But they try to act like us, though. Real talk. They portray to be us. Quinasia say, thank you, Father God. Deborah say, come on now. Go in. You cooking. You already know, Deborah. We always going in. Quinasia say, yup. Quinasia say, that's their favorite thing to do. Ja Angel when it's thing. What's good with you, Ja Angel? Damn, it's been a minute since I seen you, Ja Angel. Say, we are the remnant. Yeah. Good to see you, Ja Angel 777. Deborah say, facts. They always say, chosen ones 100. That's me. Dark Matter say, they want our spark. Don't smash clones. Deborah say, you cooking, bro. Quinasia got the prayers up. Vibration say, I'm shook right now. Yeah, I tell you, man. When I get to talking sometimes, I can feel me shifting the entire live. I can feel people connected and really shocked by the certain things I be telling them and saying in the way that I say it. They be like, bruh, how do you feel what I'm saying? It because you got to understand, man, when you a vessel with God, the spirit talk through you. The spirit talk through you, man. And you can feel that shit in your soul. You can feel it. And it'll scare you. It would. Mike say, corporate America in modern day Babylon. Yep, that's it. Mike say, I was standing right outside the White House on that Lafayette Square. I saw a bright flashing coming out of the sky, million times brighter than the sun. This hailstone crashed right into the white. Yeah, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Mike say, crashed into the White House. The impact of the stone had myself and other flying in the sky in a ball of smoke. I could see everyone flying around. Wow. Mike say flash. Vibration say, I'm so tired of Earth, I want to fly away. Mike say, I look back to where the White House was and it was gone. Will Smoke. That's crazy, Mike. That's crazy, bro. Vibration say it's too many creatures here. Yeah. It's a lot of us. Shit. It's a lot of creatures here. It definitely is. There's a lot of us here. There's trillions of us here. Trillions. You got draconians. You got the angels, the celestial beings. You got the demons, the demonic forces. You got the oligarchs and the Pleiadians and the Greys. It's a lot of different forms of life that's here. All right, but you gotta, get in where you fit in and stay connected to the divine, because this is what it is. Vibrations say it's too many creatures, and then you got the clones, and now you got robots, you got AI and artificial intelligence, and then you got the animals, and you got the hybrids, you got it is a lot. It's a lot of us here. It is. But it is what it is. You got to get in where you fit in and don't lose sight or don't lose that connection to the divine. That's what it's all about. Cornelia say prayers, vibration. Vibration got the prayers up. Adrian say facts on point, my brother. YWN say we have a high power higher than the average person. Facts. It's that divine spark. Mike say nationwide blackout. Blackout is on the horizon. Mike say EMP false flag. YW say the only thing is we don't know what else Trump has up his sleeve. Well, we don't worry about Trump. Don't even worry about Trump. He gonna get taken care of. We way past Donald Trump. We way past him. Mello say not falling for his story. Mike say y'all better start preparing as best as you can and stock up on things you need for event. Okay, yeah, I hear what you're talking about. Dark Matter say there are food and we are not humans. They are. The Platinum say facts. I'm okay, Deborah, yeah, say facts. Jah Angel say Bible say if God is for you, who can be against you? And woe, curse unto the ones that are God, that all hold up. Jah Angel say Bible say if God is for you, who can be against you? And woe, curse unto the ones that are. God gonna tear up these no good evil sucker fools. That's why I don't want nobody on the channel worried about things that's outside of your control, like the way these people is conducting themselves or acting out here. People evil. The best thing you can do is watch out for them and to be aware of your surroundings. But don't worry about them, because they gonna get theyself out the way. Because we on a new earth, and on this new earth, if you vibrating at a low frequency, you gonna get yourself out the way real fast. All right. But also, I want to let you know, be aware of your surroundings. Be aware of what you eat. Be aware of what you drink. Be aware of what you listen to, what you watch. All right. So I do want to say that too as well. Vibration say I'm exhausted. Round of applause. Achilles say we didn't start that war with those reptiles. Nah. Yeah, I hear you. YWN say this new world is like Dragon Ball Z. Everyone is showing their superpowers. Yeah. Yeah, it's getting real, YW. Quinasia say, we damn sure is. Mike say, all humanity has to do is stand up as one, and it's game over for the controllers, for the most part. But you got to remember, most of the masses is NPCs. Most of the masses is NPCs. Quinasia say, they're soft as cotton. Mello say, all this other ish is a distraction. That's facts. That's facts, Mello. Don't be distracted so easily with these storylines and viral videos and trending topics. Don't get distracted with all this world news and all this shit, because it's made to capture and to harvest your energy by way of fear. Vibration say 432 hertz gives you superpowers. Yeah. Yeah. That's a God frequency too. Archelaus say the 144,000. If you look throughout history, they always give you a blueprint of the sons and daughters of God and how many of us it really is on this earth. They give you a blueprint. They give you a number. They give you an estimate. They always give you some kind of example, whether it be in the Bible, whether it be in the Quran, whether it be in different books. They always give you a certain, they put the truth right in front of you. It's just, they put it in the movies. They put it in the music. They put it in the TV shows. It's just most people never catch it. They never catch on to it. You feel what I'm saying? Deborah say that, bro. True, you cooking. YWN say even Family Guy, for trauma, SpongeBob SquarePants, etc. has all transitioned into our reality. Yeah, the Bikini Bottom. What you think they was talking about when they was talking about the Bikini Bottom? Let's talk about the Bikini Bottom for a minute. SpongeBob. They put the truth in plain sight, and a lot of people didn't even see it. When they was talking about SpongeBob, the Bikini Bottom, they was talking about us being underneath the firmament. We is underwater. We underwater. So when it say, who live in the sponge at the bottom of the sea? SpongeBob SquarePants. Who in swords is he? SpongeBob SquarePants. Who you think they was talking about? SpongeBob SquarePants. Who you think they was talking about? They was talking about us. We live underneath an ocean. They always put the truth right in front of you. Put truth right in front of you, bro. Most people just never catch it. All right. All right, let me go back up. I'm gonna go right here. Danielle say, do you believe in astrology? Or have you looked up your birth chart details? Yeah, I know I don't believe in the man-made version of astrology. I'm more of an astronomist. Although I understand astrology, the details, behind it, but not the man-made version of astrology. I look at it more of in a spiritual sense. All right. Astrology is another thing that they use to divide us. The man-made version of astrology is another thing that they use to divide us. So they say, you an Aquarius, you act different from a Cancer. You a Cancer, you act different from a Scorpion. What's another one? Come on, y'all. Y'all give me some zodiac signs. What's another one? With these zodiac signs pertaining to certain forms of astrology and things like that. Cancer, you got Aquarius, you got Capricorn, you got Pisces, you got Sagittarius, you got Scorpion, you got all these different signs. Man-made astrology. Man-made zodiac signs. And they got all this shit from the ancient Egyptians, but they made it in they made their own version surrounding the concepts of ancient Kemet. Although astronomy is a real thing, and we got most of our directions from the stars. That's a real thing. But these zodiac signs is man-made, and it was another thing used to divide us and to tell us who we is and to tell us who we don't connect with. Y'all have to get rid of the titles. And I'm not saying you, Danielle. I know you're not saying nothing like that, Danielle. I'm not talking about you, sis. But I'm just saying in general, a lot of people take these titles too serious. I done heard people say shit like this. I'm a Pisces. I don't like Cancers. I'm like, what the fuck is you talking about? What the fuck is you talking about? I heard people say shit like this. I'm a Scorpion. I'm very freaky and nasty. I'm like, what the fuck is you talking about? Scorpions is very nasty and freaky. What the fuck where did you get that shit from? What did you, what? So they constantly come up with concepts and new titles and ways to keep us divided. So we don't unite. So they always want to make us feel indifferent about somebody else or all this different kind of shit like that there. All right. And I'm gonna say this too. And I'm gonna say this in a spiritual sense. It's no such thing as January. It's no such thing as February. It's no such thing as March. It's no such thing as April. It's no such thing as May. It's no such thing as June or July or August. It's no such thing as September. It's no such thing as October, November, or December. It's no such thing as that. All this is a part of the psychological programming of the spell we've been under for 1,000 years. It's no such thing as a month. It's no such thing as time. It's no such thing as the calendar year. The only thing that does exist is seasons. That's real. It's only 4 seasons. Winter, spring, summer, fall. That's it. Mother Nature dictates to us what's real and what's fake. But you have certain men that wanted to implement their own ideologies and go around Mother Nature and create months and years or time. The only thing that exists is now. That's the only thing that exists is now. It ain't no past. It ain't no future. You live in the infinite universe. The only thing that exists is now. That's it. That's it. All praises to the Most High. The only thing that exists is now. There's no such thing as the past. There's no such thing as the future. The only thing that will ever exist is now. The only thing that separates us from eternity is the death process of this flesh. The only thing that separates us from eternity is the death of the flesh. But spiritually, you an eternal being. You immortal. You an immortal being. You eternal. Everything around you is eternal. You didn't know that shit, huh? Everything around you is eternal. Think about that shit for a minute. The only thing that separates you from eternity is this vessel we call skin. Nothing goes nowhere. The earth don't go nowhere. The sun don't go nowhere. Everything is still. It's eternal. It's no yesterday. It's no tomorrow. The sun never rises and the sun never sets. The sun just rotates. It never rises. It never sets. There's no past to worry about and there's no future to worry about. The only thing that exists is right now. Everything else is fake. Months, years, all that shit is fake. Everything is eternal. All right? I just want to say that because a lot of people get caught up into this man-made concept of what's true and what's false. We always get caught up into these man-made concepts that was created to control us, to divide us. So I want y'all to remember that you live in the infinite universe. Nothing goes nowhere. Once everything came into be out of the vibration of God, it's permanent for eternity. It's permanent. Let me repeat myself for the people in the back. Let me repeat that for the people way in the back. Once the universe came into existence from the vibration of the Most High, it automatically became permanent. It can't cease. It's eternal. It can't go nowhere. Even you, even me. Our energy is eternal. Our spirit, our being is eternal. All right? So, I say that to say what we was told about different things pertaining to, you know, people who created certain things throughout history, you got to remember, none of that shit ain't even real. It don't even exist. Of course, I say that my birthday is January 21st. Of course, I would say that, but that's only to give people a sense of some kind of form of communication that they understand or they can comprehend. But really, my birthday is not January 21st. Because January 21st don't even exist. But I say that my birthday is January 21st so I can give other people something we can communicate about that they can comprehend and understand on the level of they form of skills of comprehension. But really, January 21st not even real. It don't even exist in nature or in the universe. It's not even real. I was born of a mother who was born of a mother who was born of a mother who was born of a mother. And that's the only thing that exists. It's not a such thing of a particular day that we was born. That's not even real. It don't even exist. You was born in the infinite universe, and the only thing that separates you from the eternal realms is the expectancy of how long you carry or how long you walk around in this meat suit called a body. But you was here before the body. All right? The only thing that exists, and we're going to talk about existence for a minute. We're not going to talk about what was created. It's a lot of things we created. It's a lot of things that's been created. We're not going to talk about what was created. Animals was created. Humans was created. A lot of shit was created. We want to talk about what exists. The only thing that exists is God. Don't nothing else exist but God. That's it. Ain't that crazy? The only thing that exists is God. That's it. That's it. It's nothing that exists. Not out. The universe don't exist. The stars don't exist. The planets don't exist. The only thing that exists is God. Ain't that crazy? When you think about that, the only thing that exists is God. Most of everything else was created by a way of a vibration or by a way of a particular human. Like we can create stuff. Somebody created this bottle. Somebody created this can. Somebody created these glasses. It's trillions upon trillions of things that can be created. But it's only one thing that exists, and that's God. Nothing exists but God. In that realm of existence that God exists in is eternity. It's eternity. Nothing never came, nothing never went, nothing never left, nothing ain't gonna come, nothing ain't gonna go. It's just eternity. It's plain silence and stillness and energy. That's the only thing that exists is God. Everything else is created or can be created. See what I'm saying? I just wanted to say that real quick. Just put that out there one time. Let me see. Okay. That's when everybody. Danielle say I'm a Libra. Platinum Fact say facts. YW say Gemini. Platinum say I'm a Sagittarius. Deborah say, I think we from the oceans. I'm gonna make another live about that. I like Deborah. Deborah, you here, Deborah. You here. I like that, Deborah. you a thinker. I like that. I like thinkers. I love thinkers. Divine in this thing say Pisces. Vibration say Pisces. Bliss say they talk bad about Gemini. Danielle say my brother my boyfriend's in an Aquarius. Deborah say Libra, Taurus. Quinasia say I'm a Leo. Dark Matter say 13 month solar cycle effed up. The 12 is put you in an 8-year loop. Infinity lock. Yeah. Well, they was talking about the 13 months and how they reduced it down to 12 months. Yeah. Game Shane say Gemini, Scorpio, Virgo. I'm gonna say Megan say Libra. Platinum Out say, guess what? It's actually a third zodiac sign, and the 12 zodiacs are the same as the 12 disciples. It's a pattern. It's a pattern. You want to know about it? Let's talk about it. I know about all this shit. I love this shit. This is what I do. You had 12 apostles. You got 12 months in a year. The new day start after 12 a.m. You have 12 tribes of Israel. Do y'all hear the word 12? Let me repeat. You got 12 months in a year. Jesus had 12 disciples. The Bible say it was 12 different tribes that came out of Israel. It's 12 signs in the zodiac. Do you see the pattern with the number 12? Do you see the pattern? The day supposed to change after 12 a.m. That's when the day supposedly change. It's 24 hours in a day. 12 plus 12 equal 24. 12 times 12 is 144. I'm preaching. Come on, man. Come on, man. I'm preaching, bruh. I'm preaching, bruh. I'm preaching. Do you see 12 everywhere? Do I gotta repeat it? Do I gotta repeat this shit? Twelve plus 12 is 24, which equals 24 hours in a day. 12 times 12 is 144. The Bible give you the 144,000. Jesus had 12 disciples. It's 12 signs in the zodiac. It's 12 months in a year. You thinking like, damn, where all these 12s coming from? What's with all these 12s? Where we getting all these 12s from? It's crazy when you look at the signs and you look at the patterns of how you can, when you connect the dots and you go down a rabbit hole, it's going to be a pattern of symbolism. Of symbolism. When you look at the clock on your wall, when you look at the clock on the wall, at the top of the clock, the hand clock, at the top of it is 12, the number 12. This how they communicate with each other without us even knowing. Through symbolism. But when you really connect it, you can see the deception behind these certain numbers. You see what I'm talking about? You can see it. You just got to connect the dots. If you look on the back of a dollar bill, the eagle carries 12 arrows. The 13th arrow is symbolic for is symbolic for the Christ consciousness. Or is symbolic for the zodiacs. 12. You find 12 everywhere you look. It's 12. We even call the police. What we call the police? 12. Here come 12, man. Or 50. It's a pattern, bruh. You gotta check the numbers. Throughout history, it shows you with the number 12 how they use numbers to cast spells on the people. It's symbolic. It even tells you in the Bible 144,000 people shall be raptured. Why 144,000? Why not 104,000? Why not 100,000? Why not 44,000 people gonna get raptured? Why is it 144,000? You gotta connect the dots. You gotta connect the dots. Let me see real quick. Let me go back up. I'm gonna start down a little bit. Dark Matter say they made 13 bad, but it's divine. Yeah. Yeah. YWN say seasons don't even feel like they exist anymore. I always have to dress as if it's going to be cold. Yeah. Well, that's because they manipulating the weather. They figured out ways to through the HARP system, through the HARP program, they figured out ways to manipulate the weather. Deborah say, always love. Quinasia say, that's insane, Brody. Ja Angel say there are 13 different realms, not 12. YWN say, my New Year's is coming soon. Bliss say, I hear you. It was 48 degrees in Texas. Now it's 85. The Platinum Owl say, we are gods and goddesses living a human experience. Vibration say, now seasons aren't real. Ja Angel say, there was pink color found in the snow storm we had on the East Coast, and nano particles moving in the snow. Simone saw under her microscope. Yeah, I heard about that. I heard about that, Ja Angel, about the snow being fake and the blizzard being fake. I heard about that. YW say, at Bliss, I was just in Houston and Dallas. Y'all weather too crazy down there. Ja Angel say, Book of Enoch says how the moon and sun goes into portals when they go down. Okay. James say, it's vibration, all happening at the same time. Yep. James say, that's right. YW say, we really don't even know what year we are really in. The Platinum Owl say, they do at Ja Angel. Glacier say, back to life, back to reality. I'm just recalling the song, if you know what it is. Thanks for sharing that, Glacier. The Platinum Owl say, facts. James say, however you want it, however you need it. YW say, our lives are eternal, just not in the physical state. Yep. Facts. YW say spiritually. Platinum say exactly. Platinum say our souls can't die. It can only transition to another state of consciousness, whether that be high or low vibration energy you carry with you to the spirit realm. That's true. That's true. Ja Angel say, I've been seeing these evil shapeshifters, fallen angels, reptilians, aliens, demons, host bodies appear out of thin air in the middle of the street. How are they able to do that? Well, you got to remember, it's different planes that exist alongside of this dimension that we call the third dimensional plane. Certain beings have the power to shapeshift based on certain beings, like reptilians have the power to shapeshift based on they works and practices and the information that they have tapped into in their field of expertise or in they scientific studies and research. So you got certain reptilians and shapeshifters. They've been here way longer than a lot of us humans. They've been here a lot longer. So they understand the advancement, or they understand the technology of learning how to shapeshift. You have certain beings that comes from the spirit realm that we call fallen angels that have the power to shapeshift or have the power to form into a demon or to form into different faces. Because a lot of these beings understand, a lot of these beings understand. I just got hit with a psyop. My bad. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let me let this shit pass. Hold up real quick. They just hit me. They just hit me. I'm feeling that shit. They just literally try to hit me. They got a way to where they can stop what you thinking, and they got a way to where they can try to manipulate your thoughts, and they got a way to where they can tap into your thought process based on the towers, the 5G towers, and based on the satellites. They got a way to where they can get you to think certain things. So let me let this shit pass. They trying to tap me right now. Real talk. They trying to tap me for real. And I'm seeing it lightning. It's starting to lightning. It went from sunny. Now it look like it's about to rain. This shit real, man. Let me get back to what I was saying though. You have certain beings that's been they go back thousands of years. So they mastered the ability to do different things, to shapeshift, to disappear, because they have mastered the technique to do so. But we can do the same things as humans. We just haven't tapped into our highest version of power because we being distracted with being controlled by different artificial foods, information, and people that's giving us a false way of thinking or a false way of living. But we have the same power to transmute our energy, and we have the same power to disappear. But we just don't tap into that higher version of ourselves as humans is because we being attacked through the food, we being attacked through music, we being attacked through information, through satellites, through things that's in the atmosphere. So when we get attacked through these different things, it keeps us from rising into a higher level of vibration. But when you rise into a higher level of vibration, you can tap into the ultimate power like these different shapeshifters or reptilians or different beings that's doing different forms or practicing different ways of, you know, having certain power. We can do the same thing. It's just most of us never reach that higher level of consciousness. We never reach that higher state because most of the information or most of the things that's within our atmosphere is to diminish our consciousness and our awareness and our power. All right. And so that's what keeps us from rising to another level of tapping into a different level of powers that we possess right here on Earth. This is why they give you, you know, the Dragon Ball Z's and Pokemon. They give you these things. Superman. You is Superman. You is Superwoman. But it's just most of us never tap into that higher level of power due to all this radiation or all these different forms of lower frequencies that we deal with that stop us from tapping into this higher sense of power. The reptilians figured it out. Where you think technology come from? You think technology come from humans? Y'all tell me, where y'all think technology come from? Technology come from the reptilians. That's where it come from. That's where we get a lot of this advanced sense of technology from, is from these different beings. And I want to say this, and I want to let y'all know this. All reptilians is not bad. All different species of life is not bad like they tell you. All right? Some of them is working alongside the sons and daughters of God and trying to advance human civilization or civilization in its entirety. But not all of the Galactic Federation is evil. This is why the government look like this is why the government look like they coming up with all these advanced technologies or these advanced these advanced technological creations so fast. Who you think they getting this shit from? What you think CERN is about? Portals, Stargate systems. Who you think they getting this shit from? The problem is you have a lot of this is what's going on. The problem is certain humans or world government, they is in communication with these different extraterrestrial beings. They get certain powers or certain truths or certain things to better humanity, but they use it for evil. They use it for evil. Certain species of different forms of life cooperate with the government and give them certain forms of technology. But the government take that technology and they use it against humanity. They use it to slave the people. Okay? All right? So when we talk about the Galactic Federation and when we talk about, you know, reptilians, not all reptilians is bad. Is some of them evil? Yeah, some of them is evil. Just like you got evil, human beings. You got evil angels. You got good angels. You got good human beings. You got good reptilians. All right? It's a balance with everything out of each dimension. It's a balance of good and evil. Okay? The problem is when the government get this power from these different forms of, these different species, they use that power and corrupt it. They corrupt it. And they try to enslave humanity with these different forms of technology or these different, when they come into these different truths of power. This is what they do. You see what I'm saying? But you got to remember, nothing under the sun is new. A lot of the shit that we think is new is old. It's ancient. It's ancient knowledge. Human beings, the sons and daughters of God, we always worked with the Galactic Federation. We always work with these other beings. Y'all put a 1 in the chat if y'all can hear me. Let me teach y'all something real quick. Y'all put a 1 in the chat if y'all can hear me. Y'all put a 1 in the chat if y'all can hear me and see me. Put a 1 in the chat. So throughout history, all the way back to the Sumerian days, or the all the way back as you can remember, from ancient Kemet all the way to now, human beings always work with other species that was highly advanced and highly capable of, you know, having different ways they can create things. I'm gonna just put it like that. We always was in contact with these different beings. Some people call them reptilians. Some people call them the Pleiadians. Some people call them the Greys, the ETs. Some people call them, you know, the angels. But human beings throughout the entire time of us being here, we always worked alongside of these different beings that gave us, you know, you know, different things to advance our civilization. It's happening right now as you speak. That's where all this technology and shit come from. It come from them. A lot of these beings that we work with, that we call the Galactic Federation, or that we call reptilians, or that we call the Pleiadians, they good beings. They good beings. They want to advance the human species. They want to advance human civilization for the embetterment of the universe. But what happened is you have a lot of evil shit that goes on behind closed doors that you can't see. So you got certain humans that'll take that power and they're corrupted. You understand? When we talk about the sons and daughters of God, we always worked alongside of these celestial beings. We always got information from them. God always sent them to work on our behalf. All praises to the Most High. God always sent these celestial beings to work on the behalf of the sons and daughters of God. It's happening right now today. This is where we get all these advanced resources, or all this advanced technology from. You see what I'm talking about? If you look at the book of Enoch, or if you look at certain verses in the Quran or the Sumerian tablets, it'll tell you about how deities came from heaven down to earth to teach the sons and daughters of God about how to advance, or the advancement of human civilization. Some people call them the fallen angels. All right. But the thing is that when we call them the fallen angels, you gotta consider that, yeah, you have certain angels that fail, that's demonic, but you also have certain angels who never fail, but they still come down from heaven or from an inner space to teach the sons and daughters of God how to advance and how to unite. Okay? So another word for angel is messenger. And you got to remember, angels work on the behalf of the sons and daughters of God. That's how we go. Angels work on our behalf. So what's going on right now is we headed into a new earth, or we already crossed over into a new earth where you can't manipulate the sons and daughters of God no more. All right. So what you seeing is the people that have had the power to advance civil, the people that have the power to advance the human species, they starting to die. They starting to die off. They starting to come up sick. They starting to disappear. Because the Galactic Federation, or these celestial beings that work on the behalf of the advancement of human civilization, they can no longer give this truth to these demonic ass beings on this earth. That's why a great transformation and a great shift is starting to happen before your very own eyes. A great shift is taking place on the earth. And the only people that can receive this form of truth or this form of knowledge is those that vibrate at a high level. Those that vibrate at a higher state of consciousness. That's why when somebody said we got to worry about Donald Trump earlier on the chat, in the chat on the live, somebody said that we got to watch out for Donald Trump and worry about Donald Trump. We ain't got to worry about Donald Trump. We ain't got to worry about him. The celestial beings that's working alongside of the human species, the gods and goddesses, they working in behalf of us. They gonna get Donald Trump the fuck out of here for us. We ain't got to worry about him. They gonna get him the fuck out the way. Because he using the power to corrupt the earth. On this new earth, in this state we call the some people call it the age of Aquarius. In this new age of Aquarius, everything should be revealed. But as everything get revealed to the sons and daughters of God, the only ones that can obtain the power, that can obtain these technological powers, is those that vibrate at a high level, that vibrate at a certain frequency. So we ain't got to worry about Donald Trump because he's at a low frequency right now. He's at a low vibration. So the celestial beings, they gonna get Donald Trump the fuck out of here. If you vibrating at a lower level, you gonna disappear. Big Mama gonna make sure that these different messengers we call angels gonna get you the fuck out of here. Real talk. All right? And so that's why you seeing a lot of evil shit take place, because a lot of it's the end. It is the end. It's the end of an age. It's the end of a world. It's the end of a world. That's why people say the world is about to end. The world already ended. The world already ended. It's the end of an age. The thing that can never end is Mother Earth. Mother Earth gonna always be here. Mother Earth can't end. But what could end is the world. The world is ending. It is. The old world is ending as we know it. It's gone. It's ending. As the old world ends and we transition into the new earth or the new world, you're not going to be able to have the power and corrupt the people with this form of and having this power at the same time. Okay, so this is why you see time speeding up, and you seeing a lot of strange a lot of strange shit, a lot of strange phenomenons is starting to happen. Is because the old world is ending. So you ain't got to worry about Donald Trump. He gonna get himself out the way. You ain't got to worry about um all these different evil world corrupted governments. They time is up. They time is up. All right. When you think about when you think about when you think about Thoth, the teachings of Maya. Let's talk about Thoth, the teachings of Maya. Thoth is not a person. Thoth was a celestial being. When you think about the Sumerian tablets and you see all these strange beings throughout history, these is different species that we call angels that works on the embetterment of human civilization. They have different orders to work on the behalf of the sons and daughters of God. So a lot of the ancient Egyptians or the pharaohs was working with celestial beings. That's how they was able to build the pyramids. That's how throughout humanity you see different carvings in the mountains that don't look like it was made by a human, because it wasn't. Along this third dimensional plane, you have other planes that exist and operate around us that's helping us. This is where you get certain synchronicities and downloads from them. So when you talk about Thoth, let's talk about Thoth for a minute. Let's talk about Anubis or Anubis, the god of the afterlife, of death. Let's talk about ancient Egyptian, the pharaohs. Why the knowledge was so sacred. The reason why the knowledge was so sacred is because it came from different deities. It came from different forms of life, of different species of life. Also, you have you know, you have I'm trying to think of another one. I'm trying to think of something more recent. Something more recent. Let's just say the reptilians, the ETs. I'm gonna just say that, the reptilians. These crocodile skinned people that we call the reptilians. Most of these beings operated on this earth before there was ever any forms of the human race. Okay? Before there was ever any forms of this version of humans like us, they was already here. Okay? A lot of what we know comes from them. Most of what you know, what you was taught, what you think, what you believe, it comes from them. I really want to, I really want to emphasize on this point because a lot of people don't understand that you being watched. You being watched when you sleep at night. You being watched everywhere you go by these different beings. These different beings is assigned to watch you. That's why some people call them, or the Book of Enoch call it, the Watchers. Some people call them the fallen angels, but we call them the Watchers. These beings their main assignment is to watch you. They'll tell you anything you want to know. These beings been around for hundreds of thousands of years. They've been assigned by God to watch over humanity. The sun in the sky is a being that's watching you. The sun in the sky is not just light. The sun is in the sky. It's energy. It's a living being that's watching you. The sun in the sky gives you energy. The sun in the sky grows out your food. The sun in the sky it brings about life on the planet. It's a being. It's a living being. Most people see the sun in the sky and they just look at it like, you sun, you don't do nothing but shine. Nah. The sun in the sky is a living being. This is where we get the Son of God or Jesus Christ. One of the pharaohs, I forgot his name, Ra. He worshipped the sun because he understood that the sun was a living being. That's why he started worshiping the sun. Y'all go back and study Ra, one of the pharaohs. God got this system set up so perfect, it'll blow your mind. God have angels all around you working on your behalf. All around you. You just can't see them. And the ones you see, you wasn't taught that they was there to work on your behalf. So you don't think nothing of it. You see what I'm saying? You don't think nothing of it because you just think you never was taught right. You never was taught what these things is for or what these things do. But these things is angels. They beings that was made to watch over humanity. That's where the Book of Enoch get the Watchers from. The Watchers is not bad like a lot of people think. Is some of them corrupted and evil? Yes, some of them is corrupted and evil. Some of them is. But some of the angels or the Watchers is there to watch over humanity on the behalf of the Most High. All right? Does the Most High watch over humanity? The Most High watch over the entire plane of the universe. But within these different dimensions, you have different agents that's assigned to watch over different forms of life or beings. Okay? Everything is on assignment. So when we talk about how is these beings able to shapeshift, disappear, it because a lot of these beings is in connection with the divine. Just like humans corrupt things, certain angels corrupt things. I'm going to repeat that. Just like human beings corrupt things, you have certain angels that corrupt their power. And you have certain angels that was born with the capability of transmuting their energy to the point to where they can disappear. They can shapeshift. They use it in different ways. Just like you have people that got money that use money to manipulate people. But these beings been here for thousands of years. Thousands of years. And most of these beings' assignment is to watch over humanity. That's their assignment, is to watch us. This is why it haven't been another nuclear war. It haven't been another nuclear bomb set off since Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Human beings, we don't run the planet. We don't run this shit. We don't control this shit. These different forms of forms of life and species, they the ones that control this shit. They the ones where most of the power come from. Does humans have power? Yes. Yeah, we got power. Yeah, it's certain, we capable of certain things. But most of the power that you see that some of these humans possess far as technology, this shit comes from other life forces that's been working with humanity for thousands of years. We got many different names for them. You got Aquaman and Aqua Woman. You got different mermaids and mermans who work with people in the sea creatures. Been there for thousands, if not millions of years, that was there to work on the behalf of the sons and daughters of God. All right, this is why they don't want nobody to go to Antarctica, because when you start crossing that ice wall, it's a lot of advanced civilizations back there. A lot of advanced beings, a lot of advanced civilizations. They exist everywhere. They exist in Africa. They exist in Europe. They exist in America. They exist in Antarctica. They exist in the ocean. These beings is watching us from everywhere. You can't get around, escaping, these beings without watching you, because they was assigned, on the behalf of the Most High to watch over the sons and daughters of God. You see what I'm talking about? And so most people think that all the fallen angels fall under the same category. Just be like all the fallen angels don't fall under the same category. You have certain angels that never fail, but they still down here on earth to work on the behalf of the sons and daughters of God. That don't mean that they are fallen angel in a demonic sense. It's nothing demonic about them. But they is down here to work on the behalf of the sons and daughters of God. So when we use this word fallen angel, don't use it too loosely. Because not all of the angels that's down here is demonic. A lot of them is righteous. A lot of them is holy. A lot of them have the God frequency. Okay? And so that's why sometimes you get certain synchronicities, or you get certain dreams, or you get certain downloads. Something warning you before it happened. Something trying to warn you before something happened. Something giving you a gut feeling about somebody or something. That be these angels working on the behalf of the sons and daughters of God to guide you. They guiders. They messengers. Problem is, a lot of people don't understand that they there. They don't understand it. One of the main ones that you see every day, you don't even see it. One of the main angels that you see every day is the sun. One of your main guardian angels you see every day visibly is the sun in the sky. The sun is another angel or another being that was put here to watch over humanity, to give us the proper resources or nutrients we need to survive, to make sure everything run according to the works or the plans of God. We see the sun every day. That's one of the main angels you see every day. But you don't even stop to think about it. Because you never was taught this shit. You never cared to know. Some people is ignorant. You see what I'm saying? But Ra, one of the pharaohs, that's why they did sun worship. Now, I'm not telling nobody to worship the sun, but when one of the pharaohs, I believe his name was Ra, when he found out what the sun was, based on the information he got from these other beings, they told him what the sun was. They let him know, hey, big dog, the sun ain't just a light in the sky. The sun is an angel. When they told the pharaoh that shit, it shook him. It shook him to the core, to where he denounced every practice that the pharaohs did up until that point. He couldn't believe it. Y'all go look this shit up. When Amun-Ra found out what the sun was, it shocked. He couldn't believe it. He got rid of all the ancient and all the pharaohs' teachings before him. He got rid of it. And he created a new system called sun worship, giving reference to the sun, because he couldn't believe what these other beings was telling him about the sun, that the sun is an angel. So you know, he went as deep as to worshiping the sun. And he got rid of all the ancient teachings of every pharaoh that came before him. And he literally re-engineered the entire the entire, y'all listen, it's thundering right now. It's thundering right now as we speak. It's starting to thunder. He re-engineered the entire the entire system of ancient Kemet. And that's where sun worship came in at. The worship of the sun. And that's where you get the Son of God, or the religion Christianity from. It comes from Amun-Ra. It comes from the pharaohs. It comes from the ancient Egyptian method that worshiped the sun, because they found out that the sun was a living being in the sky. They couldn't believe it. So they start worshiping the sun as God. Later on, early stages of Christianity, they found out what the ancient Egyptians was practicing, and they came up with their own version, and they called it the Son of God. The Son of God. This shit's so deep. It's so real and deep. It's so real and deep. How magical this universe is. And you don't even know it, because you never was told this shit. The universe is magical. This shit deep. So, you know, like anybody, Ra was shook. He like, what you mean the sun is a living being? What you mean? Couldn't believe it. Ra got rid of all the teachings of the pharaohs that came before him. All of it. And he started a new system in ancient Egypt, and it was about the sun worship. And this is where you get Sunday. Sunday. That's where it come from. The first day, Sunday. It came from the ancient Egyptian practices of sun worship. That's where you get Sunday from. Sunday, which is today. You see how all this shit connects? When this information hit ancient civilizations and all the communities, and they start understanding, you know, what the sun was, they came up with a day for it, Sunday. Then after Sunday, they came up with Monday, the moon cycle. So Jesus, the Son of God, came from Amun-Ra, worshiping the sun. That's where the Son of God come from. Ancient Egyptian or ancient Kemet principles or systems that they believed in, or that they, you know, that was a part of their civilization or their culture. So later on, 10,000 years, you get Christianity, the Son of God. They made it a person. or they try to make it a person. And they said the Son of God rose on the third day. But the sun that they was talking about was not a person. The sun that they meant that rose on the third day was the sun in the sky, which is an angel of light. Y'all not ready. Y'all not y'all not ready. Y'all not ready. Y'all not ready. I want y'all to think about that for a minute. Just let that marinate. The sun in the sky is the sun that the Bible talk about when it say the Son of God and when it say the sun rose on the third day. It was talking about the sun in the sky. When it say the Son of God walked on water, it wasn't talking about a person. It was talking about the sun in the sky that you see every day. That's an angel of light right in your face. When Amun-Ra found this shit out, it blew his mind. He couldn't believe it. When Amun-Ra found out that the sun in the sky was an angel, he got rid of all the teachings of the ancient pharaohs that came before him. He got rid of all that shit. It's a crazy story, bruh. And it's real. You see what I'm saying? And so, next time you look at the sun, salute to the sun. Salute to the sun. Because that's God's son. That's God's son. The sun in the sky is God's son, not Jesus. Now, we is also the sons and daughters of God, but God's son is the sun in the sky. It's an angel of light. You look at every day and you don't understand that it's watching you and it's protecting you. And it's there for your benefit. So when Amun-Ra found this shit out, he started worshiping the sun. He couldn't help it. He started worshiping the sun. He said, we need to get rid of all the teachings of the pharaohs that came before me, and we need to start a new system. Go look it up. I ain't lying to you. And he came up with a new system that gave praises to the sun. So when we talk about the reincarnation process or the Easter, or we talk about Jesus or the Son of God walking on water, they're not talking about a person. They're talking about the sun in the sky. This is why they try to block out the sun. This is why they go out their way to create chemtrails in the sky to block out the sun. So a lot of people might be saying, what happened to the rest of the angels? Is it any other angels, or is it any other forms of spiritual or forms of life? Yeah. Guess what another one is? This shit about to blow your mind. Guess what another form of life is? That's angelic. That you never knew. You never knew. They never taught you this shit. You can't read this shit in the book. Can't read this shit in the book. They ain't gonna put this shit in no book. They ain't gonna teach you about this. What I'm getting ready to tell you. Guess what's another angel that you see every day? That's another another being that's watching over you. You don't even know about. You overlook it every day. Somebody put it in the chat. Cause somebody put it in the chat. What besides the sun? What's another angel, another being you see every day that you don't even realize that's there to protect you? Somebody put it in the chat. Somebody said the moon. Yeah, but that's not the answer. It's something more simple. It's something way more simple. You see it every day. You see it every day. Just don't try to get too deep. It's something so simple. You see it every day. You see, somebody put it in the chat. It ain't the sun. It ain't the moon I'm talking about. It ain't the plants. It ain't it. Those is good answers, though. Those is other forms of life. But it's something simple. That's mother truth, right? RC. RC said water. Water is an angel. RC, hit that shit. Water is the answer. Water. Water is an angelic being. Let's talk about water. Water is frequency. It's a vibration. Water is what forms crystals. Water forms crystals. You can't read this in a book, but you're fucking with the one and only with this real shit, man. I'm telling you, they ain't gonna put this shit in front. You gotta really be deep into spirituality to understand what I'm telling you. Water is spirit. Water is an angelic being. And water produces life. Water heals. And also water forms crystals. Water is another angel that God set out on this plane to watch over the sons and daughters of God, to prolong you with the nutrients and the vitamins you need to maintain a level of health. This water right here is an angel. This right here is spirit. It's a vibration, and it also can form life. Do you know water created so many different forms of life that's at the bottom of the ocean that scientists can't figure out how they came into be, or how they able to survive, or you got scientists can't understand the properties of these different forms of life at the bottom of the ocean, how it's able to survive. Water is an angelic being. It's an angel. But you know the sad part about it? Our image of an angel is something that got wings. Angels come in all forms, all shapes, and all sizes. They brainwashed us and programmed us to think that angels is they look like humans with wings. Nah, nah. Let's keep going. Water is an angel. Liquid. The sun is an angel of light. You would never hear this shit that I'm talking about on no other channel, because true media tapped into the divine. That's how I know this shit. I ain't read this out no book. I know this shit innately, based on me being tapped into the divine. Let's think about another one. Somebody put another one in the chat. What's another angel you see every day? What's another angel you see every day? Somebody put an answer for me in the chat. What's another one? We got the sun. We got water. What's another one? What's another one? Put it in the chat. Moon, air. That's true. Fire. Hold up. Fire, 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 fire. Deborah hit it right on the head. Deborah hit it right on the head. Fire is another angel. It's crazy, bro. Fire is an angel. We already got the answer. The answer is fire. Fire. See, I ain't even got none right now. Fire is a frequency. It's also an angelic being. You see it every day. It's here for your protection. But you looking for something that got wings. Does certain angels have wings? Yes. Some of them do. But a lot of different angels or celestial beings, they come in different shapes. Air is a good one. Somebody put air. That's a good one. You see angels every day and you don't even know it. You don't even stop to think about what you're looking at. It'll blow your mind when you really think about what we talking about. It'll blow your mind. It'll really blow your mind with this shit that I'm talking about right now, because this is stuff they won't teach you. They won't tell you about this kind of stuff. They won't teach you. They won't teach you this kind of stuff because they don't want you to understand how powerful you really is. You see what I'm talking about? I like what you said, Lord Nick. All elements. I like that. I like what you said, Lord Nick. When you really think about how much we've been programmed and brainwashed, it'll scare the shit out you. But the flip side to that is they put the truth right in front of you. You just don't see it. You never catch on to it. It's crazy, bruh. It's crazy when you really think about it. It's crazy, dog. The ancient Egyptians knew what I'm telling y'all right now. These angels that I just named to you, water, fire, and the sunlight, these things, these celestial beings was put here to prolong human life. It was put here to work in our favor by the Most High. Another this shit so deep, this shit so real. This shit is real right here, dog. This shit is real. Another thing that works with humanity, that charges us, or that fuels us. Somebody put it in the chat. What's another thing that works with humanity and that fuels us? Somebody put the name in the chat. It's another thing you hear about every day. It fuels us. It gives us it gives us energy. Energy. What's the name for this other one? It's another one. Somebody put the name in the chat. Electricity. Damn, Lord Nick. Lord Nick, damn, boy, where you come from, Lord Nick? Come on now, Lord Nick. Shit. Damn, Lord Nick, boy, I see you, boy. Electricity is another one. Right in plain sight. Electricity. Those boats. That's an angelic being. Damn, Lord Nick. Come on, man. Come on, man. Woo! But you would never think that it's an angel. You would never look at it like that because You was told that angels have wings. They fly. They look like little white babies and little black people with wings on them. Nah. Nah. Electricity. Another one. Electricity is also vibration. We is electrical beings. We have tons of electricity in boats that's pumping throughout our veins as we speak. That's another one. What does all these angels have in common? From water, sunlight, fire, to electricity. What do all these things have in common? Vibration. Vibration. Frequency. Energy. Fire has energy. Electricity has energy. Water has energy. Sunlight. These is the angels of the earth. That's right here. Been with you right here the whole time. You just never looked at it. You never they put it, they try to tell you in different movies and shit like that, but you never caught on to it. You never caught on to it. It's crazy, right? When you think about it, like, damn, bro, these is living beings. Celestial beings right in your face. Right dead smack in your face. Do you know electricity doesn't come from telephone poles? I know I'm blowing a lot of people's minds right now. A lot of people like, dog, what's with this dude, True Media? Who is this dude? How does dude know this? Let me teach y'all something else. Do you know the energy, or do you know electricity doesn't come from telephone poles? Do you know that? Do y'all know electricity doesn't come from these power stations? Y'all want to know where it comes from? Electricity comes from the ether. Electricity comes from the ether, the atmosphere of the earth. That's where electricity comes from. The ether. That's how Nikola Tesla was able to come up with these different methods of how to create vibration using different forms of, different terminology of electricity. Electricity comes from the ether. A lot of people don't know that shit. It comes from the atmosphere. It's all around you. Electricity doesn't come from your telephone poles. Electricity doesn't come from the power grid. Electricity comes from the atmosphere, the ether. That's why telephone poles is designed to go up. Y'all think about what true media is telling y'all. Remember this shit. Every telephone pole goes up. Let me show y'all. Y'all see them telephone poles? Y'all see them? Y'all see these telephone poles? Y'all see them? There go one. There go another one. There go another one. And they keep going. They keep going. Telephone poles was designed to go up so it can catch the electricity that's in the atmosphere. Telephone poles was designed to go up to capture the energy that's in the ether, that's in the atmosphere of the planet. That's what give you electricity, not no power grid or no power station. What the power grid is for is there to sell you an illusion that your energy comes from a particular station. That way they can charge you for that shit. Everything is free of charge in nature. You don't need to pay no bills for shit. Everything come from the motherfucking earth. Everything. From your house to the cement to the electricity, the power, everything come from the earth. But they figured out a way to charge us for this shit. See what I'm saying? So when you look at every telephone pole, you might look at it a little differently after this live. You might start to look at it differently after this live today with True Media, because you might have learned something new. This is why all of them go up. They shoot up in the air. The reason why they shoot up in the air is because they got to capture the energy. They got to capture the electricity that's throughout the atmosphere of the earth. Okay? That's why most of the poles is designed to go up. You see what I'm saying? Now, you want to remember, understand, and understand that also energy comes from below, underneath the ground. That's why we got to learn to practice grounding and walking on the earth without shoes, because energy also comes from within the soil of the dirt of the earth. That's also where energy comes from. So everywhere you look all around you, energy is pulling from everywhere. Energy, electricity. See what I'm saying? But they sell us on the illusion of thinking that electricity comes from the power grid. Nah. The power grid is only there to give a estimation of how much energy is being used in a particular area. I repeat, the power grid is only created to give an estimate of how much energy is being used in a particular area. That's not what electricity come from. Electricity come from the ether. Electricity come from the atmosphere of the earth. Come on, man. Y'all not ready with true. Y'all ain't ready with True Media, man. Woo. Come on, man. Come play ball with me, man. You know you learning something new. Go on, give a round of applause. Go on, clap one time. You know you learning something new. Woo! And See, I be talking about stuff. You just not gonna hear this stuff on other channels. Cause people, they really not connected to, they not tapped in, bro. They not, bro. They just not tapped in, dog. They not tapped in. They not tapped in. Let me get to the chat real quick. Let me get to the chat. Let me get to the chat. Let me get to the chat. Because I've been talking for like an hour straight. Let me get to the chat. I can go on and on. On and on and on with this shit. Danielle say, True Media, would you consider yourself as a Gnostic seeker? Somewhat, but I don't like to put a title on it. But I understand that the Gnostic version of different stories is the more authentic version, or the original version of what most people never look into. So I would say yeah, but no at the same time, because I'm just more of a spiritualist, and I never try to tie myself to no titles. I try to do as best as not to tie myself to no titles. IPAC say capable of evil. Brothers Keeper say the fallen angels. Empress YWN say Empress Mercedes, hello again. Deborah say yes, Cozy got the one. Empress Mercedes said at YWN, peace and love to you. Quinasia say they damn sure is. Quinasia say, brother, only 50% of them are normal. Facts. YW say Empress Mercedes is love. Deborah say always love. IPAC say now you gotta be careful because the devil is the master of deception. That's true. Danielle say if these are demons, why are they still called fallen angels? Well, let me say this. Angels and fallen angels and demons is two different things. Is there certain fallen angels who operate on a lower vibration? Yes. But what I want y'all to understand is that the angels that's down here on earth, they not, the angels that's down here on earth, a lot of people think that they fallen angels and they demonic, and that's not true. That's not true. It's a lot of angels down here on earth that's working on the behalf of humans, of us, of the sons and daughters of God. You have different angels who's operating at a lower state or a lower vibration that gives them the term fallen angel from a demonic perspective. But fallen angels and demons is not one of the same. You see what I'm saying? Demons is spirits that's trapped in a lower state of energy. That's what demons is. Demons is spirits that's trapped in a lower vibration. Angels is beings of light. That's what angels is. They beings of light. All right. Demons is spirits that's trapped in a lower state of energy. That's what demons is. They trapped in that lower state of energy. Angels is beings of light. Angels can take that light and use it for evil. This is where you get the term fallen angels from, because they have the power to take the light and use it for evil works, but that don't mean they're a demon. They not a demon. They just a angel that operates at a lower vibration. A demon is a spirit that's been possessed, that operates in a darker state or in a lower state of vibration or frequency. That's a demon, a corrupted spirit. It's a difference between a demon and an angel, or it's a difference between I'm gonna use the word a fallen angel and a demon. It's a difference. When you look at certain spirits, within the spirit realm, it's a variety of different spirits. The ones that operate at the lowest is what we call demons. These are spirits that's corrupted. These are spirits, they lost souls. These are spirits that have very, very low or negative energy tied to their spirit. These kind of forms of energy, that spirit. An angel is light. It's light. You see what I'm saying? So when we talk about fallen angels, or the book of Enoch talk about the fallen angels, because the book of Enoch just it describes the fallen angels or the watchers as well. But the thing about the fallen angels or certain angels that's considered to be the watchers, they not all evil. They not all evil. Some of them is here to work on the behalf of humanity. All right? Even though they not I'm gonna put it to you like this. You never left the celestial plane. You think you did because you're a human now. You never left. You never left the celestial plane. You never left. So it's hard for people to realize that it's hard for people to realize that the celestial plane and the third dimensional plane have a lot of ties to each other. A lot of celestial beings is right here on this third dimensional plane. You just can't see them because you looking at things from a human perspective. If you begin to look at things from a spiritual perspective, you can see them. You can hear them. If you begin to look at things from a spiritual perspective, you can see these different spirits or these different angels. You can see them. The celestial plane and the third dimensional plane or the physical plane is like this. It's like this, literally. It's damn near hand in hand. The only thing that make you think that you is in the physical plane is because you can touch shit or you have a body. That's the only thing that give you the illusion that you is outside of the celestial realm. You never left the celestial realm. You still in the celestial realm. You just can't see it. You can't see it. They can see us, but we can't see them. You know why? Because we once fell to a lower state of consciousness on this third dimensional plane. Human civilization fell from paradise. So now we look at everything as physical. We don't look at things as spiritual no more. But really, you never left the celestial realm. You still surrounded by the celestial realm. All around you is the celestial realm, whether you know it or not. All around you, under you, on top of you, all around you is the celestial realms. We fell from the spirit realm through a state of consciousness. That's where we start looking at everything as physical or third dimensional. And it gave us the illusion to think that we left the celestial realm when you never left nothing. You still solely connected and tied to the invisible realm, to the celestial realm. You just can't see it. Because you fail in consciousness. You fail in awareness. As a human, you fail from paradise. You fail from the divine. All right? So, the same thing that you came from is the same thing that's giving you the ability to think, talk, speak, eat, taste, senses, spiritual senses. After you done, you gonna go right back to the celestial realm. Whether you like it or not, you going back. The thing about the celestial realm is that you have different energy forces that exist in these realms or in this celestial realm. Some of these energy forces operate at a lower state of frequency. They have very dark energy. This is what we call demons. But most people think a lot of people let this physical shit go to their head because they not spiritual. They not spiritual. So they let this physical shit go to their head because they not spiritual. But really, you spiritual, whether you see it or not. You still spiritual. A lot of people is just not tapped into the spirit realm. They not. But you spiritual, you just not tapped in. So you never left the celestial plane. You never left. The only thing that separates us is this physical plane we call the third dimensional plane or 3D. Tasting or not tasting but touching and being able to move things, having a body. But the same way you came in is the same way you going back out. You came in through the spirit and you're going to go back out through the spirit. All right? When you really tap into spirituality, not religion, when you really tap into spirituality, not religion. When you really tap into spirituality, not religion, not the Bible, not the Quran. When you really tap into spirituality, you start waking up You start waking up to your higher self. You start waking up and remembering where you came from. You start waking up. You start getting a lot of synchronicities and downloads by the thousands once you start waking up. The test is to gather up enough information to get you to remember where you come from. Once you wake up and you figure it out, God called you to teach other people and to wake other people up. That's how it go. Once you start waking other people up and you wake so many people up, you got to transition back to the celestial realm. You transition. Once your work is up, your work is up. There's nothing you can do. It's no more life to live inside this vessel. God called you back home. You did your part. I'm proud of you. You mastered it. You figured it out, and you got other people to follow, and you got other people to understand the truth. And you woke a lot of people up. Now it's time to go back. You figured it out. Then you begin to help people from a divine sense. When you transition back to the divine, you still do work in the guidelines of what the divine wants you to do after you die. You still help people navigate, but now you helping people navigate through spirit instead of in the physical form. Right now, I'm helping y'all navigate in the physical form as True Media. That's what y'all call me. That's what y'all know me as. Y'all know me as Brother True. But when I transition, I'm still going to be helping people, but I'm only going to be on the other side, helping people through the spirit, as a spirit. But I'm still going to be there helping. But the goal is to figure out, master where you come from, remember who you are. Once you master the truth, then God going to call you and set you apart so you can help wake other people up. Once your work is done, it's finished. It's nothing you can do about it. You done. You transition from this meat suit, from this body, from this dimension, and you go back to the celestial realm, to the spirit realm. In that form of existence, it's other assignments that you will be set with to do to to guide people. All right. So I'm trying to let you know what you're dealing with. And one of my main things is to get people prepared for death. Because one of my main things is to make sure that people doesn't die being in a state of fear. All right. But pretty much after the Most High feel like I did enough, I'm out of here. I'm out of here. This is why a lot of people that start early and that start teaching about the Christ consciousness, and a lot of people that wake up a lot of people early in their life, a lot of people don't live that long. We die around the age of 35, 40, 50. Be lucky to see 70. Because, and there's nothing we could have did to live past the time that we supposed to die after we remember and wake people up. It's nothing you can do. Like right now, right now, I'm teaching, or I'm helping people remember and wake up, right? It's gonna come a time where when I hit a certain age or in a certain period of time, I'm gonna transition whether I want to or not. It ain't up to me. It ain't up to me. It's gonna come a time where I can be doing everything to live to reach the age of 100 years old. I can be doing everything. I can be eating. I can be working out. I can be taking care of my health. But once the divine see that you did enough, it's over with. It's nothing you can do to live past the time when the divine is ready to call you back to the spirit realm. It's nothing you can do. It's not amount of working out, amount of food, amount of, like, if the divine got it set up so they gonna call me back at the age of 40, it's nothing I can do. It's nothing I can do. I can eat, I can work out, I can do all this stuff to try to live a longer and healthier life. But it's not up to me. When the divine say it's over, it's over. It's a wrap. There's nothing you can do to prolong your life past the expiration date that the divine got intact for you, or when they see that you did it, when they see that, okay, he did it, or she did it, they did it. They remember, they mastered, and they taught other people they did it. Now it's time for them to go. You can be 40 years old. When it's time for you to go, it's time for you to go. It's nothing you can do. It's nothing, nobody can stop it. Nobody can do nothing about it. You mastered this, you mastered it. You did it. Now when you master it, you help other people figure it out. That's what it's about. That's what it's about. After you help other people figure it out, it don't matter if you the age of 35, you gone, bruh. You getting up out of here. Because now you got another task. You got another assignment that awaits you in the afterlife or after death. You see what I'm saying? Now some people live to the age of 100 or 120 or 130 years old because the divine the divine try to keep certain people here as long as possible to be enlightened by certain people who might live a little bit longer. So the divine will let you live a little bit longer. It'll let you live to see the age of 100 so you can gather as many people to wake up as possible. But in most cases, a lot of spiritual teachers really don't live that long like that. You feel what I'm saying? Because once you master it and you help other people figure it out, depending on the number, the divine wants you to hit. Like I can be at, I'm gonna just give y'all an example of what I mean. True media can be at number 9,099. But the divine got the number that says in the Akashi records. It says it. Once true, as y'all know me by, once he hit the number 12,000, once he wake up 12,000 souls, he gotta go. He gotta go. He gone. I don't know what number I'm on right now, but the divine know. They know what number I'm on. So they got it set up to where when you hit a certain number, you automatically transition after you hit that number. You transitioning, whether you want to or not. There's nothing you can do to stop it. So I might be on number 9,099. I might be 2,000 people away from getting ready to die or transition, because that's my number in the Akashi records. That's the number that the divine got set for me. 12,000. It can be a bigger number. It can be 20,000. Once I hit 20,000, it can be 30,000. It can be 40,000. Whatever number it may be, that's the number it is. and there's nothing you can do about it afterwards. Some people take a little bit longer to reach that number. Some people reach it in a short period of time, real fast. You see what I'm saying? So it really all depends on the rate of which you go and you hitting that scribe, that number. Once you reach it though, it's nothing after, it's nothing more left for you to prove. It's nothing left of you to do. You did it. You feel what I'm saying? You did it. And somebody else come up. And they got to go through the same process. Mastering, remembering, and all these different things from a divine perspective. And then once they master it, now you help other people master it. That's how we go. Once you're done helping other people master it, bam, you gone. Then somebody else come. They come, they master it. You help people, then you help people master it, then you gone. That's how we go. Tripping. Wrong button. All right. So that's what it's all about. Each one teach one. For real, for real. That's what it's all about. All right. And so I wanted just to, just let y'all know that one time, just from that perspective. Man, it's been a good live, man. It's been a good one. It's been a good one. This is one of the best ones right here. I like this live. This has been a real good live. A lot of information, a lot of truth, a lot of it's just been a good live, man. This is one of the ones right here. One of them ones right here. Vibrations 8 say, I knew water was a god every time I take a bubble bath. I feel so much better mentally and spiritually. Yeah. This is why it's good to also take baths with sea salt too. It's healing in its vibration. All right. And you don't even understand. You sitting inside of a you sitting inside of an angel and you don't even understand it. Called water. You sitting inside of a celestial being called water. Deborah say, yes, we are. Lord Nick say, the word. Deborah say, vibration frequency. Lord Nick say, we command them with the right words. You already know, big dog. Melania in this thing say 100. Vibration say, just visiting the beach and going to Ocean Beach help me feel so at peace. That's what's up. Yeah, it ain't nothing like going to the beach and just listen to the waves and stuff. Tariq say, what up? What's good with you, Tariq? Deborah say, you're right. The platinum say, facts. Tariq say, what's your first name? My first name, bro, for real. Empress Mercedes said, electricity come from the ground. The electricity come from the ground and it come from the atmosphere, Empress Mercedes. Come from the ground and I said that though. I think we went over that. Lord Nick say you saying facts, bro. Empress Mercedes say the earth. Deborah say it's from us. Empress Mercedes say as above so below, it's all connected. Yep, that's it. Lord Nick say wireless electricity. Empress Mercedes say the earth is a electrical magnetic. It is. That's very true. It is. Let me skip down real quick because I got to get ready to go, y'all. We've been on this thing for like 2-3 hours. This is my second one of the day. So bear with me. I'm going to have to tune back in next Friday to prolong a better discussion pertaining to some kind of form of truth. Destiny Jackson say, at Platinum Owl, people will pick fights with you for no reason. Your presence will irritate their demons. Just don't make eye contact. The eyes are a window. Yeah, the eyes is the gateway to the soul. Absolutely. Apocalypse 777. YWN say, my dad died at 66. His job was done. Yeah. YW say, my cousin died at 37. It hurt me pretty bad. Yeah, man. Condolences out to the family, brothers. Keep your head up. Stay strong. Destiny Jackson say, YWN, my condolences. The Platinum Owl say that's very true at Destiny Jackson. That's why I do everything in my power to connect with the divine. Deborah say at the Platinum Owl, stay strong. That too shall pass. We here for you. SBV say my mother was 64. Quinasia say prayers up at YW. The Platinum Owl say I appreciate the love at Deborah. I'm also here for y'all too. Apocalypse say facts. YW say SBV. My condolences. Platinum Owl say that's why so many haters be dying so fast. That energy gonna get you up out of here real quick. If your vibration is low, you about to come up missing real fast. Platinum Owl say especially the okay, I don't know how to pronunciate that word. The condiz, the Corundismo haters. I mean healers. I think that's what you were saying. The Apocalypse say you speaking gems. Yeah, man, it's real. Quinasia say prayers up. SBV. YW say at Destiny Jackson, my cousin didn't deserve it, but his time was up whether I didn't like it or not, and that's just the way it is. That's just the way it is, y'all. We all gotta go. When it's over with, it's over. And I know we gon' weep, we gon' cry, but you know, I'm telling you, that's just, it is what it is. Apocalypse, okay, Apocalypse. Deborah say break it down, bro. You already know we gonna break it down for sure. RC got the SBV praying for you, sending my deepest condolences. SBV say thanks, family. Melanie got the prayers up, love. Apocalypse say real is live. Yeah, this was one of the best lives I ever did, man. This shit was so like, very informative, bro. I went to a different level on this one, bro. Like, I went to a whole nother level on this one. Deborah say, condolences to anyone in the live chat going through a death crisis. SBV say it changes your perspective. It do. You right, SBV. Keep your head up, stay strong. RC say, we have to make up for it since this morning had many trolls. Yeah, it was a lot of trolls this morning, but you see how the spirit made sure it wasn't nobody in here for this one. It was all love for this one. Quinasia say, I have the best spiritual family. Man, thank God for that, Quinasia. We in here. Deborah say, I love this live. Got my attention for this long. Yeah, man, this is what we do, man. True media, man. We all here to learn, to expound, to share thought, to give honor and praises to the Most High. This is what we do, man. It's been an amazing live, real talk. YW say, I think my dad got tired of paying bills. Another thing that I think shortened his life. Yeah, stress can kill you. Stress can definitely do it to you. Dory say, hi, hey, Dory, what's good with you? Destiny say, facts. SBV say, this system harvests energy. Paying bills is a killer. Yeah, that's true. Apocalypse say, didn't know you knew about this. Not too many folks. Glad you spoke on this here. Yeah, it's all love, Apocalypse. It's all love. This is what it's all about. You know what I mean? RC, thanks for the $10 donation, RC. He said, God bless you all. Love y'all. Continue to grow and try your hardest to be at peace and learn something new every day. There you go, RC. Come on, RC. Come with it, brother. Melanie say, best channel on YouTube. I appreciate that. But don't remember to give all the glory and the honor to the Most High. You feel what I'm saying? This is who sponsors this channel, the Most High. And so we always want to remember to give good reference and give good honoration to the Heavenly Mother and the Heavenly Father for having us all gathered in this place, in this time, to commune and fellowship together with this truth. Truth Rising's got the 100. YW say RC coming in Chris, fire. Deborah say, you get flowers from me, bro, true. This live was fire. That's one of the best ones I did. Milani say, word. And that's gonna be the end of the live. Everybody have a fantastic Sunday. Enjoy the rest of y'all night. Start off y'all week with meditation practices, good energy, healing methods, love, peace, and good energy and good vibes. I love y'all and I appreciate everybody supporting True Media and tuning into today's discussion and topic. I love y'all. God bless y'all. Y'all be good out there. Until next time, I'll holler at y'all later. Peace. 100.